god is mocking me!
And hello. How's it going? Hope you're doing alright. Hope you have a phenomenal day. It's good to see ya. We're live again. And today, we'll be doodling. Doodlin' and canoodlin'. Huzzah! But also, Abyssal, you're first. Congrats, you got bragging rights. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a phenomenal day. And yeah, we're live again. We're a bit late because I had an exam that I had to take care of, you know, obviously. Uni takes priority and everything, you know. But then I also went donating blood, you know. I donated blood today, which was good. And yeah, K-Frog, good to see you. Hi, hi. Wah. Wah. I love this so much, man. What blood type am I? It's kind of rare. It's 0 positive. Sophie, good to see you as well. How are you doing? How's life? How's the house? I'll be doing well. If it isn't too invasive to ask. No, it's totally fine to ask me what blood type I am. You can enter it into a personality test as well and tell that I'm an megalomaniac and a narcissist and that, you know, I'm a terrible person that is very Machiavellian or something along those lines. I don't know how to say those words. You know, if you enter 0 positive into a type, you can into a personality test, you know, you'll be able to tell that I'm a terrible person that you shouldn't watch. But I'm glad that nobody does it. We're just gonna move this over here, perhaps. Where do we move the chat? I feel like this is over here. The chat messages vanish anyways, but my hat is kind of rough. How is the magic other than a megalomaniac? You know, visions of grandeur. Doing good. I'm doing good. I need to find the cable that goes into my drawing tablet. There's a little rainbow below my desk. Oh, that's cool. That's cute as fuck. Between all the dust bunnies, there's your A+. Nice, pretty common. I mean, it's fairly common. You don't know your blood type. That's totally fine. It's not something that you really need to know all that much, actually. You know? Like, when's the last time you needed to know your stuff? Windows. 80% coffee? Probably. That's probably it. No, I went donating blood. I haven't done so in quite a while. Why is it showing my name here? That's weird. It shouldn't do that. I mean, it does because I'm in Discord, but like... overlay settings. Hold up. But yeah, we're late. Game overlay for Critter. Let's turn that off. Yeah, that removes it. Fantastic. Google says that 32% of people have your blood type. Hey, that's still a third. It's less than a half, so it's not average or common. I mean, I don't know how many people have 0+, but I know for a fact that they keep pestering me with emails. Come donate blood. We need your blood type. We don't have your blood type. Ah! So I was like, yeah, okay. I'll do it today. I hope my iron's good enough. So, yeah. I had an exam. Went well. Afterwards, went donating blood. And I was like, yep, okay, I'm on my way. And did it in record time, you know. 6 minutes. That's my new personal best time, you know. And 0+ is pretty useful for a transfusion, and there's never enough of it, so yeah. You discovered a neat thing on your phone today. It informed you were traveling with an unknown Apple AirTag that was transmitting its location, which you appreciate since there were a few cases using Apple AirTags to track people they were stalking. Holy shit. Did you find the AirTag and were you able to remove it? The most common is 0+, apparently at 40%. I was told my type is rare. I was told my type is rare. How dare they lie to me? Maybe they tell you that so that you go donating frequently or something like that. I don't know. Your parents have an Apple AirTag on their car keys. I see. That's fair. But yeah, it's a scary shit. But yeah, life is a lot, I'm sorry to hear. How is it slowly being built? Fantastic. Does it build it itself, on its own? There was something I wanted to do today. I forgot what it was. Right, I wanted to make things. I saw something the other day. And was it in blog stuff? Don't mind me. No. Was it in references? Maybe. I don't remember. Where did I put it? Where did I put it into my references to look for later? Where did I put it? Where did I put it, man? Where did I put it? Where did I put it, man? I don't remember. Oh well. You got B+? Nice. So it was unknown to your phone and it informed you, which you appreciate. That's very nice that it does that. 0+ is needed because 99% of people can accept it. Yeah, it's basically the way it works is that 0+ is a universal donor. That means that if you have 0+, you can only receive 0+, but you can donate it and anyone can grab it. Obviously, zero minus, zero negative is more more needed because that can literally donate to everyone. But 0+, like zero negative can also receive 0+. And it very rarely causes complications, So yeah. I wanted to do some chibi art, but I'm not sure about chibi art. I've not really done it much. So we'll just do some stuff. Your grandpa is 0 negative. He donated a lot over the years, got called a lot till he was 80. Yeah. It's like that with 0+ as well. Because they donate, you donate, you do stuff. It's fun. I'm just going to do this real quick. And then we're just going to sketch a little bit, You know how many plus can receive minus, but minus cannot take plus? I've heard that it can cause complications, but 0+ can also be administered to A-, for instance, When, in emergency situations. Either way, though, I went to donate blood. I did it in 6 minutes, which was fantastic. Then afterwards, I grabbed food because I was hungry. And now I'm back. And now I was late. And I wasn't able to, let you know about it because my mobile internet has been used up. So I, what I wanted to draw was a little magic. I wanted to draw a little magic, Because, the issue with my stuff, you sent your construction pictures if you're curious, but no need to look while you're streaming. That's totally fair. What I can do is I can very secretly look at it. Nice. You guys use bricks. That's cool. That's I don't know why I'm so excited about bricks. They're cool because when it's summer, it stays cool inside. And overnight, you don't need heating, even if it gets cold out, because the bricks release the warmth, and that's pretty cool. And in winter, it's rough, you know. If you donate too fast, you can cause a huge bruise on yourself or even continue to bleed under the skin. Your buddy donated in less than 3 minutes and had the most massive bruise for a week. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do mostly brick constructions. Yeah, brick constructions are cool. In Kosovo, they only use bricks. Like that. But damn. It's got a round wall. Oh, that's nice. Is that a different type of brick, the gray one? I can't show you guys on stream, you know. It's DMs. DMs are private, you know. What I can do though is do a little. Something like that. I don't know. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. You're welcome. Still love you guys, even if I can't show you. Area. I feel bad for the people living around there. Shouldn't have lived near an empty plot, I'm just saying. Oh damn, it looks super professional, you know, who would have thought? I like the little window they planned, and there's a round wall. That's kind of cool, you know. I like round walls. They're nice. Very good, very good. The gray one is a concrete brick. They did the bottom layer in concrete brick since that doesn't absorb water as much as normal brick. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and Kosovo, they don't do that as much, you know. Did a little mangy there for you guys. But yeah, if you donate too fast, what can happen is that in German it's called a Bluterguss. It's essentially something that can happen, like it looks like a bruise, but it stays for a long time, you know? Sort of long. It's also what happens when you do sports and whatnot, and also when you... mud. Nice. Thanks for those. Less interesting. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. But that's super interesting to see. Thanks for sharing, German women. But yeah, what you can get is a... You know what hickeys are? Hickeys are just that. They're like bruises, kind of. You know, where you suck up the blood to the surface and stuff, and it just ends up being kind of weird. And what I used to do is I would give hickeys to my exes all the time. I don't know. Over time, I got better, you know? Just want to show you your giant, gaping, and very dirty hole. And that is the chat message. There's certainly a chat message, and that one's the one that gets pinged. What happened to Pixel Lich? It turned Canadian. Come, mate, good to see you. How you doing? But yeah, do it too quickly, and you'll end up... And that is what I call a very weird message out of context. And that's why we're gonna have it pinned. Annoyed and unhappy. I'm sorry to hear about that. Do you want to talk about it? But yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope you're well. Yeah, donating blood is cool. I need to do it more often, but also get money for it. So I ended up eating food at my favorite Vietnamese place. And yes, Spa, good to see you as well. Do you want to see my gaping hole? You feel a little better? Fantastic. That is very good to hear, man. Very, very good to hear. Let's search for black mages. Because I just want to draw them a little bit and get better, and then see if I can turn that into emotes, What hole? Good question. Nothing much to talk about. More political BS happening in Turkey, so they banned half of the internet and you can't study for your exam tomorrow properly. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear about that. That's terrible. It, truly sucks. It truly sucks to hear. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Definitely. That looks kind of adorable. But a little bit of a sketch, A little bit of a sketch. Look at my thick shaft. Look at my thick shaft. It's really much better than Meta. Wait. You just had got chocolate? Nice. What kind of chocolate? Abyssal! Your Albanian word today is, a random one. Schnet. Schnet, written S-H-N-E-T, means, that's a nice shaft you got there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Love it when people appreciate my shaft. Schnet means health. Schnetschma would mean healthy. And when someone sneezes, others say schnet. And then you, because like the person that sneezes, says schnet patch, meaning, no, you have good health, because they wish you good health, but you're already sick, you just sneezed after all, so it's too late for you, so you wish it onto others. Isn't that fun? Anyways, can't even use the Google Store. Twitch is literally the only website you can use that is in any way social. I'm sorry to hear about it. But also that just means, hey, just gotta get everyone to stream so that you can hang out with them. You have some streamer friends who are visiting Germany, Turkey, and they didn't know Discord has been banned too. Yeah, it's weird as heck, man. Geez, I wish they'd get rid of that ban already. Yeah, it's super stupid. So they had to message a French friend on Telegram to post on Discord for them. It was so silly. Yeah, meant hot chocolate. Nice. Are VPNs banned? Don't let others know. Probably. Health, Schnitt, ohne reverse health. Exactly. I hope you enjoyed that episode. But you can't use VPN right now because you have to work. Krillera, good to see you. Why is Maggie dead? Cut in half. I'm not cut in half. I'm just Canadian. Well, they won't know. No, they're how we use Discord, but you can't use VPN right now because you have to work. That's fair. Yeah. Please take care of yourself. They just don't like it when you use VPN to access and things. Yeah, you can't always use it, but you can theoretically. Canadian. In South Park when they talk, when Canadians talk, they're like. They're like this. Yeah, that's Canadians. I just want to imitate the Canadian lifestyle because we have Canadian friends here or something. I don't know. But yeah, what did we want to do today? Honestly, I struggle with emotes. But your eyes. What about my eyes? Me Canadian. Yeah, see, K-Frog is Canadian. Workcat is Canadian. There's a lot of people who are Canadian. We don't know it. It's traumatizing. What do you mean it's not traumatizing? It's Canadian. Split eyes. Look. No, I'm not going to say what I was about to say. The eyes mostly stay on the bottom half. Exactly. The upper part are just my eyebrows. Up. 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 Clearly. Okay, what were we up to? Let's... It's like an aggressive eyebrow wiggle that also splits your skull in half. Yeah, so it's just an eyebrow wiggle. Where does your skull end and where does your skull start? I'm just saying, you know. Are eyebrows part of a face or of a skull? Because they're pretty high up, right? Anyway, can't say you have studies to do, so have fun with body horror. We're drawing. We're doodling. What are we doodling today? Emotes, right. Honestly, I just want to yap. If I look at my emotes right now, I mean, the face is part of a skull also. Yeah, but is the forehead part of a face? Think about it. So right now we have a lot of emotes. A lot of them are very, very adorable, including the animated ones, you know, which will probably stay the way they are. I might redraw the coffee one and then animate it again. As it stands there, we've got the love emote, Magic will love and chat for that one, and the love heart, which is turned out pretty good, honestly, with the Korean heart and anatomically correct heart and stuff, but it is just, you can't see it too well in Twitch and everything. We've got the cat emote as well, which honestly is like whatever. And yeah, you do have multiple ways of circumventing banned bouts on the internet. Part of your job. Nice. Yeah, but also, like, you know, Turkey is Turkey. It's a lot of shitty stuff happening over there. For what it's worth, you know, most of the people who vote for Erdogan are actually not even living in Turkey. It's a lot of the people who live in Germany, for instance, you know, Turkish people in Germany or in the UK or in France or whatever, that vote for Erdogan, which is like the most troubling thing, you know. I mean, let me know if some of them, if you don't mind, see if it can help. Yeah, you both in part of the Discord, as far as I know, right? As far as I know. Aha. Yeah, Turks in Germany, Italy, etc., which is so stupid. It's so stupid, yeah. I feel like if you don't even live in the country, you shouldn't be able to vote there. Like, theoretically, I believe I could vote in Serbia. I'm not from Serbia, but my because where I was born wasn't like where my parents are from when I fled, they didn't have like a country there. Or rather, it was Kosovo. But before that, it was Yugoslavia. But since Yugoslavia didn't exist yet, and Kosovo didn't get accepted as an independent country and everything yet, you know, by, you know, Germany, I'm technically Serbian. Which is silly. Because Serbia is a different country entirely and different people. In fact, there are people that try to unpeople my people. Anyways, so what happens is that theoretically speaking, I could vote in Serbia, but I'm not allowed to, according to the Serbian authorities. Which is fair because I don't live there, I was not born there, and my parents are not. I'm not even Serbian, you know. It's very silly. So yeah, there's a clip of a comedian in Germany that went viral over here the other day. I forgot his name, but he basically talked about what's it like to be the child of refugees in Germany. And how stupid it is because you can't get a job because you're not German. But to be German, you need to be a job, and to be accepted as to get all the papers and everything done, you'll need to have a Geburtsurkunde, you know, a birth certificate. But the fact of the matter is that you can't get the birth certificate because he's from Palestine, you know. But Germany doesn't acknowledge Palestine as a country. So as a result, he can't get work because he can't get, you know, the thing. And yeah. And it's pretty rough. We know someone who has German citizenship and Colombian citizenship, but also always lived in Colombia and speaks no German, and she would only be allowed to vote in Germany after having lived here for 2 years and being registered in Germany. Yeah. And you're also in China once. Lots of things blocked. Yeah, it's rough in some states, some countries. What emotes do we want to work on, actually? I don't like the hydrate emote is cute, but it's barely readable. The bongo emote we might redo, but it's not urgent. It looks okay. The overload looks cute. Similar in Japan, you want to work? All right, where's your house? No house. You go to buy a house, and they ask for a Japanese phone number. You go get one, and they ask for insurance. You go get that, and they ask for your work permit, etc. And since you don't have yeah, it's like weird as shit. And like I was like, yeah, I know this stuff already. Like, a lot of people are acting surprised now because that's a bureaucracy in Germany for refugees and stuff. Even if you've been in Germany for 30 years, it's like that. But for what it's worth, it's like worse, you know? Because a lot of refugees, they can't get work here. They just barely are able to survive with the cost of living and everything, you know? And they get these... it's like a card that they can use to pay for stuff, but only so much, you know? And they can only purchase goods once a month or something like that, you know? It's silly. Yeah, you can't get anything. Really, don't know how you feel about this split head avatar. I mean, we can change it as well. If you don't like Canadians, just say so, right? Is it the work etiquette as bad as they say? Wait, what? It was a really great experience. Ah, I see. Japan. Gotcha. All right. Guess we'll be back to boop. Pop. Up. There we go. Why the fuck does it do that? Hold up. Up. Okay, should be fine. A little bit of a flicker perhaps at times, but it should be fine. The reason why we're using PNG to today, by the way, is in the show South Park, all Canadians speak with a split head animation. Exactly. Canadians and South Park, apparently. What does split have to do with Canadians? It's South Park. The only thing I remember from South Park. Just wish the cut was more where the collar of the robe is rather than through the eyes. Nah, that'd be boring, man. I wanted to have the aesthetic of like literally down the middle, you know? I like the angle a lot. So what are we drawing today? Good question. What I could do actually is like, you know, just, I don't know, we're just doodling. You happy? No, it's totally valid. Your stuff was really offensive to Canadians. Was it now? I feel like Canadians are like, sorry, we were too nice to be upset about this. No, Canadians wouldn't be upset at South Park, right? Right, K-Frog? Right? You speak for all Canadians now. You and your split head. South Park was really offensive in general. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But it was so in a way that was like offensive to everything and everyone. And funnily enough, it was like mostly like conservatives that got upset at it, which I found funny. Almost like it was on purpose. Yeah, exactly. Something along these lines, maybe? We're just sketching for now, you know? Until I get something. Also, I just noticed I drew on the wrong layer. Man. So if we do something along these lines, that could be fun. I want to do like a haha, you know? Every time you go quiet, you wonder if it's the info. No, sometimes I just focus, you know? Let a man cook. Let a man cook, I'm telling you. But we had that. Like, mostly lately, I've been at times going a bit quiet, at times a bit focusing on all sorts of things, you know? And I want to get better at that, you know? I used to be much better at talking constantly and whatnot. When it comes to streams as well, in general, like more generally, I want to try and. We've been playing a lot of different games, you know. We've been playing through Devil May Cry, for instance, and Catherine and all of that. I like story playthroughs. I like single player games that I play through and, you know, get good at and like, showcase the story and whatnot, you know? But I want to go back to a bit more chill games, you know? So that's what we're doing this time around. I also want to do more art streams. But also, like, more than anything, you know, need more Monster Hunter Wilds. I can't afford that yet. And also, I can't afford a PC yet. You know. Perhaps once I get that job and once I'm done with my bachelor's, which is hopefully this year, you know. You think it might also been because your music has a silent point at the same time you're focused. Yeah, that might be it. You know? You just gotta be a bit aware of that. So something along these lines would be kind of funny. I think. Kind of funny, kind of cute. Oh, there's a lot of things I want to get better at. You know, I want to do more art streams because I need to get better at art streams and everything. I want to do more chatting because I don't chat enough. With Devil May Cry, for instance, I kind of felt the need to progress through the game, you know? And, like, actually finish it and everything, you know? Actually, I think... this might work better. Does this work sort of like an haha sweat, you know, fingers crossed for you? Thank you. Yeah, it's mostly getting into the classes. Like, it seems that I've gotten into the logic class that I needed for philosophy, finally. Variations for sure, and I'll have to see that I get into the class for contrastive grammar and diachronic variation. And the neurolinguistics class that I have to take, etc., etc. I've got some exams still next semester, and hopefully I'll then have everything ready so that I can then also do my bachelor's thesis in winter and start writing that. And then I'll basically claim that I've been 3 months in the UK by booking a flight to the UK and booking a flight back 3 months later, but actually only visiting for like a week or something like that. It would be kind of fun. Because I need to visit for like 3 months. I need to have at least lived there for 3 months. Which is like, you know, it's kind of privileged, you know, of them to... like, it feels privileged. Like, who has the money to live somewhere for 3 months in a different country, especially one as expensive as UK or America, etc., etc., you know? Does that make sense? So, kind of rough, but yeah, I'll try and fake it. Does this read as a... yeah, for real. Food and boarding for 3 months alone would be very expensive. Yeah, exactly. I could very much probably live at a great cousin's place, but she lives there with her family and everything. I can't just live there I can't freeload for 3 months. You know, it would be okay for me to do that, but I feel bad for it. Like, really, you know, like kind of bad. Do 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 do. Hentai after hours. It doesn't work with the speed, no. Mm 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 mm. You could probably do it because of your family, friends. You could stay with them and you work remotely, but still. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, not everyone can afford to. So I would just lie about it probably and say, I've done this. Here's my report. I've been to these places, mostly touristy spots. I looked at a lot of stolen art. I have luckily some pictures from that one trip I did at a weekend, you know. I'm like definitely going to visit. And don't get me wrong. I'm definitely going to visit the UK or Ireland or something for a weekend or whatever, but not for like 3 months. Like, Jesus Christ. Does this look cute? I feel like it does look cute, but does it read? Does it read as, you know? Does it read as, sorry. Oops. You know? Teehee. Teehee. That's like the biggest thing here. I want to draw this because it's got to run. Have a great time. You too. Have a fantastic time. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate ya. And I'll see you around until next time. Bye bye. I don't know what that was. I just did an outro to our conversation, I guess. You know? I just did an outro to our conversation. For whatever reason. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out, really. I'll see you around until next time. Bye bye. I'm not ending stream, by the way. I'm not ending streams whatsoever just yet. You know, we've been live for an hour, you know. Art stream for an hour. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like with Devil May Cry, I felt like I had to hurry because I had this plan to do like an art log. You know, just trying to make it awkward. Oh, fantastic. You're not making it awkward unless you mention it, which you just did. In which case it is awkward. Thanks for that. I feel like this works theoretically, so I'm just going to remove that. Then quick group. Let's do something similar. Actually, why am I doing this? Just do a new sketch. Easy peasy, you know? Awkward. What do I need in terms of emotes? So, like, that's an emote that I would use, you know? I would just, that's why I'll make it myself. Because Let's see. We do have a Loki emote, I guess. Which is just the wiggle emote, which also works as a Loki emote. I think a lot of your emotes have gotten better. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate the compliment. Yeah, it's like, you know, we've got the heart emote right now and the lurk emote, which we could definitely change. And then the wiggle emote could turn into the new lurk emote, if that makes sense, you know? We're just like, peeking left and right and everything, you know? But I don't want to do like only Pokemon emotes, you know, if that makes sense, you know. We have a hug emote. I don't think we do have a hug emote, right? The Sableye hug with the, honestly, I'm still in love with the fact that the Sableye turned out the way it did. We could do another Pokemon emote though. But as it stands, I don't have too many. Magirave? Ooh, that would be funny. But I would have to animate that, which would be less funny. Rave emote, dum 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 dum. Noka, hello, good to see you. We do technically have two lurk emotes. One being a Noka emote over here, which I believe that I have to re-upload actually because it still says Nanok instead of Noka. Hold up. It's an emote, right? Yeah, lurk Nanok. 7 people have that already. Like, who the fuck has that emote? I'll have to re-upload that one sometime and just make it a thing. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing good. Having a fantastic time. I hope your week's progressing swiftly, steadily, ever closer to the weekend. Booyah. It's nearly the weekend here. It's my birthday's coming up. And I am really excited to do Katamari again. And we're playing Left 4 Dead 2. Baba Wine. For anyone who wanna know? Sunday, starting at noon over here, Central European time. At 12 until midnight. It's going to be a fun time. Looking forward to it. It's going to be pretty darn grand. But, like, literally, you know? It's progressing at a steady and terrifying rate it is. Yeah, honestly, like, yeah, I swear, weeks progress super quickly. Noka, how do you feel about this, by the way? Does it read as a, you know, emote? It's a sketch, obviously, but yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, honestly, rate of 1 second per second. Oh, I didn't even read that because the sun is blinding me. I can't read my chat most of the time now because of the sun. Although I guess I could theoretically pull up Firebot's chat or have OBS on the other side. That works too. Yeah, I think that works. I think it does. Nice. Yeah, well, I figured it would be kind of cute this way. I'm very happy with how the hat turned out, you know? In which case I probably should do just this and do that. And we'll go. boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. And here we go. I assume you're still at work. Anything new over there on your end? You decided to be more silly and added googly eyes to your headphones. Oh, that's hilarious. To the sides, I assume? That sounds very unserious, you know. Is that even allowed in Germany? You know? Honestly, I'm struggling with a mouth shape here. Vandalism of your own property and artistic expression. Some might even say autistic expression. Ayo. Because in my case it would be true. At least in my case. Noodle spiciness achieved. So we've still got the sketch saved, you know, as a different layer and everything, but I wanted to just go through this and clean it up because I like the line art over here. It looks better in my opinion than if we were to redo it, you know? I like the rough look of it. Here we go. Clean it up. They can be glad you don't do real vandalism on any rock you see. Would you vandalize rocks? How dare you? What a rebel. You know, we all are gotta rebel sometimes, you know. I take sometimes pictures of do not take picture signs, you know. I sometimes touch do not touch signs. You know? I know. Atrocious. But that's just what it means to be an anarchist. You know? Sometimes you gotta go against the machine, you know? Gotta rise against the machine. Sometimes you gotta like really, you know, show the man. And that's what I just do. Sometimes. What about the no liches signs? I've never seen those. But I just exist freely in front of those. Magical waffles, hey yo, that's adorable, isn't it? Isn't it? I tried something, and I'm seeing how it works out for us. More than anything, I'm happy about how the hat turned out. Because that's the hardest part, honestly. Out you today. You want it? You want what? The hat? of the emote, you'll have it soon if you just subscribe. Or make it a bit emote, in which case it would be literally something you would have to pay 10,000 bits for. Or is it 5,000? I think it's 5,000. Hold up. We could make it a 5,000. The current sweat emote is a 5,000 bits, and only I can use it. And I'm fine with that. I like it after all. It's kind of cute. No. I might just make it normal follow emote. That way people can use it even when they're not subbed, at least here. But yeah, how's life treating you? I hope it's treating you well. If not, I'll do something about that darn life. You know, I'll enrich your life by being here and queer and incredibly fierce. Okay, a bit more cleaned up. There's still some edges and everything that I would have to polish. Thick on the outside, thin on the inside. This over here counts as the outside too. And yeah, sorry for the late reply you made was asking what you want for dinner. What do you want for dinner? You want whatever you're drawing. It's too cute. Well, thank you. I'll turn it into an emoji. Don't worry. To be fair, you can have anything I'm drawing for just a sub a month. Ayo! Yo! Because all of them are drawn by me. But also, if you want to, like, I can draw shit for you. I can't promise that it looks good, but like I'm working on a style here, I guess, you know? Hey yo, hey yo. We'll also draw a little bit on Sunday, you know, between the Katamari Damachi. You don't really know what you want. She's gonna call you when she gets to a shop. That's fair, that's fair. Like the hardest part about this is going to be like the colors, you know? Because like my current color scheme doesn't work too well. So I'm wondering if I maybe should make the line art a bit thicker. Just to convey the general shape, I guess. I say while I'm eradicating the lines from this headpiece right here. There's a moment that I remember vividly from last year where I drew some cats into a notebook, and my at the time girlfriend looked at me and was like, And then she just looked away. Like, she literally said nothing about it. Not that it's cute or that it was incredibly ugly or anything. No. She literally just stared at it and was like, well, anyways. And that's still living rent-free in my head to this day, you know? I'm like, not even anything, or the next one will be prettier or anything like that, you know? So I'm pretty convinced she's autistic as well. And that explains a lot of the communication troubles we had and everything. And I know that I'm still talking about it and everything like that. And I know that I've got issues. I'm still attached, very much so. I mean, how could you not after 5 years? But more than anything, I just need to get laid, honestly, you know? Well, they had a drawing. Yeah, they had a drawing. That's certainly a drawing, you know? That's still better than absolutely no reaction whatsoever, you know? It didn't even turn out too bad, you know? It was just not very good. It was just not very good. But yeah, I really want to get to know new people so that I can talk to you guys about how great that new person is, whoever that new person will be. Whatever they might be. Talking about my right hand is a bit too embarrassing, honestly. Like, really gotta get out there. But what I'm noticing is that, you know, dating nowadays is hard, man. Because most people post-COVID are just not used to really, like, talking to people, I guess. It feels like there's, like, this COVID trauma still to this day. But also, perhaps more importantly, I don't know shit about dating nowadays, you know? Like, dating nowadays is wild, man. What does ASL mean, you know? Well, I know what it means, but, like, why do people ask it? Why do people look at my profile, match with me, and then ask me, how tall are you? It's literally my profile because I get asked so often. But also, online dating sucks, you know, but I don't have the balls nowadays to just go up to some people and bother them and say, hey, you're cute, can I get your number? Or, hey, here's my number. Want to grab something to drink sometime? I mean, I do have the balls, but every time I've done it in the past year or so, they didn't call me. So, like, I'm like, you know. I'm like, you know. I'm desperate here, man. I just need love. Anyways, this emote really is all about love, you know? It's like, oh yeah, please don't mind me, I just embarrassed myself, you know? And I don't know why I just started talking about that stuff. But sometimes I talk a bit much, sometimes I talk a bit too little, and sometimes I just let my intrusive thoughts win, and then they just bubble out of me, and I don't want to say any of it. Which happens, you know, it happens. Self-control and filters, you know, they're only so effective, you know? Do I just do colorize? I think I should do just colorize, you know? Add colorize mask. A dog. Ba 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 da ba 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 da da ba ba Also, what's the percent with height, anyways? I find it weird, honestly, you know? Like, there's plenty of tall women with, you know, giant woman. Oh, right. Um, boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I find the fixation on height. Like, I get it. I get it. We find tall ladies and we find short ladies, or tall men and short men differently, you know, attractive depending on what our preferences are and everything, you know. And having preferences is fine, but I feel like some people are just obsessed with it, you know. I feel like some people are putting too much of a focus on it, you know, because in reality you won't be able to notice like a few centimeters. You know, there's also shoes and everything, you know, to keep in mind. Doot, 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 doot. Do boop 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 boom. Bum 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 bum. Reference document. Feels like some conservative propaganda. For what it's worth, it has to do with like the it has a lot to do with patriarchic ideals, you know? Like, a man has to be the provider and strong and everything, you know? But for what it's worth, that has changed. But also, to be a provider and to be strong and everything, you need to be tall and handsome and muscular and everything. So, beauty standards for men revolve around being tall and muscular and, you know, handsome in that regard. You know, like, according to those standards, you're handsome. But for what it's worth, um, shouldn't be like a thing, and a woman has to be, according to conservators, like beauty ideals, etc. A woman has to be very like submissive and quiet, and you know and a tall woman can't possibly be that, because again, like, she's strong when she shouldn't be, etc., etc. I feel like that's part of it. you know, prefer don't think too much. Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, for what it's worth, I believe that a lot of the like the obsessiveness with like people are obsessed with those kind of ideals, with those kind of beauty standards, because of the fact that they uh keep being fed exactly those. And because of that, they keep wanting like tall men or whatever. And a lot of, especially in the US, ever since, because like, because in US, the average is like 5'8" or something, I believe, 5'7", something along those lines. But in Europe, most men are over 6 foot tall. And as a result, there's a lot of people out there who will say, oh, yeah, I want a tall man who is at least 6 foot. But 6 foot doesn't mean much, right? Like, in the grand scheme of things, most people who are like 5'9" are already above average in the US. And for what it's worth, like, a lot of people have to remind themselves as well online that they're not short when they're 5'7" or 5'8" or something like that. Like, those don't mean anything. Or whatever, like 180 isn't short for men or for women. In Europe, more so, because we have a lot of tall men, a lot of Swedish men, for instance, are over 2 meters. And the average is pretty high over here, for men in all sorts of countries. But for women, for instance, it's like typically the average is a bit shorter and everything, like 160, etc. And there's a lot of men who are, for instance, 160, and they might be short, but they're still lovable. They're just friend-shaped. I don't like how this email turned out. But maybe it's just a matter of taking all of this. Uh, I think this works. I like the look of it. So yeah, you want to be small in friendship, but having access to top shelf isn't too bad of a trade either, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Like for what it's worth, there's a lot of people who will see like a very tall woman, and they will either think, "Oh wow, she's got very long legs," and that's a beauty standard, or they will say, "Wow, she's tall, and I like getting uppies from a lady." Most normal people will could see something positive about it, but there are people out there who will see something very negative about it. Oh, she's very tall, she must be a man, or something like that, because being a man is bad, and also this whole argument is transphobic, that argument in particular. Everyone's oh, they're not they're not short, so they must be a biological male or something like that. There's a lot of people who argue like that, and it's kind of terrible. And I believe for women as well, like for men, for instance, as well. Oh, he's very short, so he must have been a woman or something like that, or he's a defect, or he's less manly. He does have less testosterone or whatever. There's a lot of people who argue that way, and it's really fucking upsetting. Because I have short friends. Hold up, let me just turn on the opacity here. And the way I see it is that with beauty standards, a lot of people will see any person and like basically there will always be people who will see something negative about you, the way you look, and some people will see how you look and say something positive about it. And the important part is that you just ignore the bad faith actors. Can I please unify these? I want these to overlap. I feel like I'm seeing double. Because, you know. Properties. We're gonna do a blend mode. Put it through the blender. Multiplier. Like no matter what you do, there will always be people who will be upset about stuff, and stuff like height and all of that. People put so much of a focus on that they contribute to, like just putting more and more emphasis and validating these kind of biases that people have towards short men. When like for what it's worth, most short men that get called short, aren't actually short. They're just average sized or a bit above average even sometimes, but they're below what is tall. Done cooking, what you miss? We're talking about aesthetics. There will always be people who will see something negative about how you look. Yes, I know that person. She's me. I think bad of myself. It's tiring. I need to stop. Honestly, no, like, yeah, what you're describing is what I would call der innere Schweinehund, which is like this concept of like, your biggest critic will always be you. And I believe what helps a lot is finding out that Most people will not think about you as much as you do. Why is this inheriting the alpha from below here as well? Wait, why is there a gray background somewhere? Ah! Wait a minute. um... Fixed. You know. So a lot of the short men out there are not actually short. Just like how many women, for instance, who are considered tall aren't actually that tall. And a lot of people frown upon like the man being taller than the woman in a heterosexual relationship or heteronormative relationship, I guess. Or for instance, the man just being short in general, etc., etc. But honestly, it doesn't like let people love who they want to love, etc. As long as they're consenting and an adult, you know. Anyways, long story short, there's a lot of weirdos out there, and there's a lot of people who are very upset with height, and they don't realize that they're just perpetuating stuff, you know? And back to dating, we need to mass produce clones, all same height, no issue. Yeah, usually understand the concept of innere Schweinehund, more of a mental friction is preventing you from acting in your best self-interest, but yeah, voice critic is self. Yeah, innere Schweinehund is very much what you're describing right there, but I do believe that the mental friction that you're describing also applies to stuff like self-doubt and even body dysphoria, etc., etc. From what you've seen in case of tall women, usually women don't like it. Haven't met any men that care too much, to be honest. Yeah, from what you've seen in case for tall women, yeah, like a lot of women don't like it, and that's probably for the most part because something like tallness is associated with men. We don't see that with like women, they don't seem to attribute, like, people don't seem to attribute tallness with women. So when women are tall, a lot of people will see them as like manly, etc., which is terrible, honestly. Just like with drawing and cooking, for instance, it is normalized nowadays, but men that drew were seen as faggots. I say as a queer man, I shouldn't have said that out loud, actually. I'm sorry about that. That might have been terrible, but I got called a F slur quite often. I hope I don't get banned, actually, I'm queer. I get the pass. Please, Twitch, don't ban me. I got called a F slur quite often because of the fact that I would draw flowers and animals and stuff, and I didn't like cars, and I wasn't into sports. I like, etc. I literally just said something bad. I'm sorry about that. It just came out of me. I don't know. Like cum. I've never used that word before, to be absolutely honest. I don't know what happened today. But yeah, from what, when you do something that is considered female or etc., so you think cum is fine to say. Not so much the F word. Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, like, it came out of me like cum. I hope nobody reports that or whatever. Twitch's gonna like go through the whole things. Twitch is gonna go through the closed captions and see that I said something I shouldn't have said, man. Oh man, but I get a pass, right? I'm pansexual. It's fine, right? I'm drawing on Twitch. I feel like that's pretty queer. The Twitch police is gonna get me now. Honestly, what means cigarettes in UK, so I don't know. Oh, that's good then. You know, I meant cigarettes in UK. Sure, I should be fine. But yeah, I didn't call anyone it for to be fair, you know? What I literally did was just, you know, oh yeah, people will call you that, etc. Anyways, from what I've seen essentially is that a lot of people will attribute certain things with male and female, etc., you know? But male and female are just social constructs, you know? We don't have, like, there's no such thing as one characteristic that has stayed through all of eternity for one gender or sex that isn't biological, you know? Like even stuff like being able to produce milk, you know, that's men can do that too, which is wild. We just have like a hormone that prevents us from doing that. But what's pretty interesting is that if once you're on HRT, you can lactate as well, even as a, you know, male to female like trans person. Once you're on, like once you take, you know. Your literal milkshake can bring the boys to me. Oh no. What I mean to say though is that like even stuff like that is, you know. And so characteristics like tall or thin or fat or whatever, they get attributed to good or bad for stuff. But from what I've seen, a lot of the societal aesthetical norms and whatnot are being challenged nowadays, and it's been getting like better and better as well over time. So, for instance, curvy or chubby. You know, chubby used to be like a negative term, but nowadays it's basically synonymous with curvy. Thick, for instance, as well is something that thick, for instance, is that confirmed though, since usually milk production is linked to pregnancy. You can lactate even when not pregnant, as far as I know. You know, the hardware is pretty much the same. You could try and simulate any person to produce milk with enough time. You might have done some research into that earlier. Yeah, like the hardware is the same. Like men and women can both produce milk. You don't even need to be pregnant as a woman to produce milk, but it's all a hormone thing, you know? With enough like stimulation, as Noka says, and with enough like time and everything, yeah, I didn't research it. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. There is in men, however, there's like a hormonal thing. You know, there's like a hormone that prevents you from lactating. You know, but if you go on if you go on AHRT, you know, happened in war times. Yes, look, sometimes we're all thirsty. You know. I'm the type of person that gets lost in the woods for 1 hour and starts thinking about cannibalism, you know. Dire times require dire consequences. We're literally just straight from a path for an hour. What do you mean? But yeah, when we got hit by the gay bomb, exactly. War times happened in war times when they started with the chemtrails and made us all gay. It's looking good for now. We'll do some highlighting later in a moment after a wee bit of a break. But yeah, what I wanted to say is basically like even stuff like colors, for instance, or gowns, you know. Women weren't supposed to wear pants for a long time, but nowadays they do because after the during the Second World War, women had to work. So they did, and doing that without fucking while in a dress and whatnot wasn't really possible. So they did it in pants. They wore pants and everything, and it was fine, and people liked it. So they put a ring on it, you know. Colors, blue and pink, you know, used to be not male and female, but female and male. Pink was seen as like because red anger and everything. You know, pink was a very like aggressive color. So obviously that's men. And sky blue? Sorry, I got distracted. Gay used to mean so many things: cheerful, colorful, merry, bubbly, etc. Weird how words change. Yeah, words change as well. And also the connotations that change with them. I feel like gay also used to mean gay, though, you know? So there's that as well. I believe that a lot of people, like, what I see, for instance, as well, is like that chubby used to be a bad thing, but nowadays it's seen like as something normal, or, you know, or curvy or thick, you know, it's almost fetishized, if not fetishized, sometimes romanticized. You know, I just want a big titty, thick girlfriend, a golf girlfriend. There we go. Something like that, you know? For what it's worth, a lot of things change over time, and that doesn't have to be a bad thing necessarily. Even if we look at I'm gonna go with the author, the she who shall not be named, you know, Rowling. Rowling does something in her books that is pretty interesting, and like one of I think the first book actually, where she says where the Dudleys, the foster family of Harry, Harry's foster family, the Dudleys, the mother there is seen as fat like a pig, and, you know, everything, because like she's evil. But then when you go to the wizarding world, you know, there's Molly from the, are they called Weasleys? You know, Ron's family. Molly is the mother in our family, and she's seen as chubby, a bit curvy, you know. That's essentially the same. Fat and chubby, you know, mean like the same thing, but one is positive, one is negative. You know, chubby is like there's a little bit more, you know, there's some waist gold, etc. But like, as you can see, like we can use the same terms, you know, either negatively or positively, you know, to describe the same trait. We can describe the same trait to in two different ways, you know, and that's totally fine. I think that's okay, you know. And what people just need is like, oh yeah, it's about, you know, in the world of a wizard. I don't know, isn't there how you look at choice though? Because you can polymorph and stuff. What the hell? Oh, how you look is a choice, I guess. Thick, yeah, thick is great. For what it's worth, you know, the Dudley's father is like, the Mr. Dudley is racist towards wizards and says that wizards and muggles should be separated. And that's criticized as like, oh, he's such a racist. But then Hagrid shows up and he's literally the same. He literally says wizards and muggles should be separated. But in his case, oh, he's endearing and nice and everything, you know. But his fantasy racism is like actually the same. You know? And for whatever reason, it's okay when he does it. Does it make sense? So there's a lot of cases like that where, you know, depending on who says it, things also change in meaning and all of that. The connotations change. And I believe that's a big part of why nowadays, like, a lot of people will see stuff like thickness as a problem and whatnot. And some people find it less attractive and some people find it more attractive. I believe that it doesn't matter much, you know. We're all imprisoned in our fleshy, bodily cells and fluids and everything. I do have preferences. But preferences are just that, preferences. My tap water is nearly empty, so I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. Perform a med check if needed. See to it that you take care of all your basic needs and all the things that you want to take care of and everything in here. But yeah, I just brought up the wizard lady because she does something in that book, and I remember because I watched a video quite some time ago on that topic, and it's still stuck to me to this day that it's a lot of it. There's a lot of that in Harry Potter, where it's like, you know, oh, good and evil have like, oh, something is negative when a good person does it, but the same thing is positive when a bad person does it, etc. You know. We'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. Perform a med check, and I'll see you in a bit after we little break. Bye bye. Okay, we're back again, and I've got some chamomile tea. Fantastic. Which reminds me, I think I remember where I left a reference image. I saw it somewhere. I just got notified that my blog is getting a shitload of views right now, and I don't get why. Oh, people are hating on My Hero again, I guess. I can expect some hate comments. I can expect some hate, I guess. Because people like to be upset at me for a plethora of things. Nope. The place I thought I had the stuff is no longer there. I did, however, see a raven just now. A bird. So I'll share it in the pets channel on Discord. Bird. Alrighty, we're back. So, what do we do? For what it's worth, like the line art and everything looks a bit weird. Not a huge fan of how it looks yet. I think the direction is good. It's just that some of the pose, it's a pose issue. Um, if I perhaps make it just a bit thinner. Like over here. It should be fine. Is it right? I think it's cute. Works good. Possibly. Make it a bit bigger. Oof. A little bit of tea helps. Now what do we do? I'm just gonna draw a circle for now. Kind of a bean. But also, what do I want to draw anyways? Maybe something along these lines. Could be fun. There we go. I'll just draw the edges here. Edges of a coat, edges of a coat. Just some sketches, mostly. This could work theoretically. I'm gonna go back to the drawing board with this one. Need to probably have it a bit bigger. Do I want to have actual hands here? I don't think so. Probably want to just do... Whoop. Something along these lines. I hate it. I hate it here. Enjoying a copper. Cropper. No, a copper. And technically speaking, you know, it would be bad to do in a sketch like this, you know, to act like this and redraw the whole thing. But I mostly want to think about the composition of it and everything, because what is important with emotes in particular is that they're readable on those tiny mobile devices, you know? Like, damn, those are tiny. How are you going to tell what's it going to be? So you need to have, like, the actual... what's it supposed to be, you know? You need to have, like, the actual proportions right and everything. And for that, we basically just need a rough sketch and everything. What does a coffee bean look like, you know? We could just make a... And then add colorize mask for now and just do a little bit of a... and then a bit of a... And then we'll go to orange to get a brown. Make it dark. And then we'll go real quick over here and just select, I don't know. Let's make it blue. And this will be essentially the color that is filled in, but it's actually, oh fuck. There we go, that's transparent. Stretch. Looks nice. T. Let's try multiply over here on a new layer with 30 opacity. Here we go. Multiply 30% roughly. Dum bum 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 bum. Bub, 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 bum, 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 bum. Shadows, 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 shoot, 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 shadows, shoot, do, 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 up, da, bum, bum. Let's get rid of these here. This highlight is not needed. Think of this. I feel like it looks cute. Very simple there. Thick lines on the outside, thin lines on the inside. I like the sort of sketchy look, but I'm not sure how well that translates into an emote. There we go. remove these lines here. There we go. I'm not a fan of this actually at all. What have I done? What have I done? I know the lines are super thick right now, but it feels right to overdo it until I regret everything. At what point does it stop being thick lines on the outside? And at what point is it just thick lines everywhere? Is it just thick lines everywhere? Is that like the key? Is that what I need in my life? Thick lines everywhere? Ba, 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 What is happening? What in the world is happening? That part is, for whatever reason, staying like that. I don't like it. What about... Oh, it's because I've set it to multiply. That explains a lot. I feel like it works. Yeah, I feel like that works pretty well. Sweat Coffee. What a name. What an absolute name. And I'll test it another time. Honestly, I'm feeling a bit warm right now. I don't feel like drawing right now because it's so warm. I hate it when it gets so warm. Please liberate me from my fleshy prison here. But yeah, what were we talking about earlier? Earlier we were talking about gender norms and aesthetics. Honestly, aesthetic discrimination is a thing that is a pretty interesting topic because there's a lot of people who are less likely to get a job because they're not above average in height, or they're below average in height rather, or they're average in height and stuff like that. Shorter men seem to be discriminated against in that regard. And I find it weird, man, because most people are not 6'4". I know I can't talk because I'm 6'4". But if you catch my drift, you get what I mean. But that said, I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in a bit. And then I was thinking of maybe playing some games. I'm not sure yet what we could play. But what I do know is that it's going to be cozy ? Probably. Probably. Yeah, I'll take a break. I'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself, perform a med check if needed. And I'll see you momentarily. Wow. Alrighty, we're back again. I'm gonna unpin the message there. Oh boy. I'm just gonna unpin that message. That horrible message. So I was thinking of playing games. We could do some... Honestly, Trash Goblin sounds like a good idea, or maybe some Hardspace. We haven't played Hardspace in ages. I believe Hardspace could be a lot of fun. Yeah, let's play some Hardspace. Oh, EULA agreement. Fantastic. I'll accept it. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. We're gonna go to some... I'm gonna play some Hardspace Shipbreaker. I love that game. What do I need in achievements? I haven't played Hardspace in ages. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. If you haven't checked it out yet, !1 Steam to get the Steam link and everything. In fact, I should probably do that now myself. It's a cool game where you break apart ships. It's very chill. Remove shift time and oxygen drain for more relaxed experience. Standard. No revival. 30 revives for the whole campaign. Measure twice. Cut once. Oh no. I don't want to leave yet. Open shift. ECU, airlock, and reactor. We can do that probably. Let's do a race. Although I haven't... I should probably try to learn the game again. I mean, it's fine. I'll learn everything as I go, probably. Although, hold up. Let me restart the game again. I'll just quit out. That way I can do the race later. The rapid acquisition something something. Tea is so good, man. I feel like, especially when it's warm, you know, tea is so nice. Let's do an Atlas in free play.
Deposit registered. Account credited.
There we go.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage accepted.
We'll just take care of all the lights as we go about this. Oh, no, 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 no. Anything to cut down here? Should be good.
Airlock depressurizing.
Airlock depressurizing.
Airlock pressurizing.
Ah, I remembered.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Oh wait, I need to...
Air pressure level increasing.
Oh wait, no, 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 no. I think we're good here. If we do that...
Air pressure level decreasing.
And then cut here.
Valuable object processed.
Nanocarbon.
Deposited.
Let's go.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Power station.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
There's more power stations. There we go. All of these can go down there.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Power cell.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I just noticed there's another door here. Maybe I should have depressurized that as well.
Salvage registered. Transferring
I'll check the
credits.
rest of the room and everything. Cables.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Alright, let's see what we have over here. Chuck you in there.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Forceful depressurization. Yoink! Amazing.
Raw material deposited.
Fantastic. And then we've got the flight terminal over here as well, which goes straight into the barge too.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Down it goes. The push pad. And then we'll just take care of this.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Chuck this up here. Push and pull. And then we'll cancel the tether and move this over because this has to go into the processor, which, you know, means that we'll need to do that. You know, it needs to move into that direction, essentially. Into the blue thing, the big blue thing. Lovely. Bum 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 bum.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
This goes into the processor as well. Okay, airlock processed.
Salvage deposit secured.
Could have been a bit
Credits awarded.
safer, but you know.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
The airlock console sadly got destroyed. I didn't pay
Salvage
attention there.
deposit registered. Account credited.
Let's move this out of the way. Since that's flying off into a direction, you know, I'm just gonna tether it to another thing here.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Valuable object accepted for processing.
Doors are worth quite a bit. So gotta be careful with those. All right.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Do, 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 do. And lights.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Hard crate got destroyed. Oh no, that's bad.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
Oh, that could have gone really bad, actually, now that I think about it. Whew.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Now we can take this hole over here as well and move it over into that direction. That should be fine.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Object
Neat.
processed. Transferring credit.
Did that other thing get processed? Yes. Just move that over. This whole section also needs to go into the processor. Meaning that there's either something holding it back or we can just chug it all into the processor. As is, but I'd like to avoid that.
Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And lights.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
The scrap goes here. Suit patch kit. We don't need it in this mode. I do think we have like a thing to vent the fuel somewhere, but I didn't check. So we might have goofed up a little bit somewhere.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
I might have goofed up a little bit. Okay, we still have panels and everything over here.
Processing valuable deposit. Credit.
So let's check again if we have anything important here. We do have a door in here. So I want to chuck that into the thing. We also have these fuel tanks, but I don't know where to vent them. Here we go.
Salvage deposit secured.
Take care of that.
Credits awarded.
Just chug it away. And in that case, we've opened this up completely.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying
Furnace. That should take care of that, right? Yeah. And then we'll take care of you.
valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
And then take care of that. I do wish I could just play the campaign without the campaign, you know, just work at depth, you know, without the story beats, because genuinely we didn't need the story beats. This game was great already, and the story beats is kind of... They don't distract or anything, it's just... they're not necessary, in my opinion. It's the only thing that makes this game a little bit worse. I mean, it's a nice story, don't get me wrong, but like... Yeah.
Raw material accepted.
There we go. And then... Like, it could literally just be a game about chugging away at death.
Account credit.
Depth. Processed? Hello, Rovan. Good to see you. Hope you're lurking. Hope you're well. Enjoy your lurking. There goes the door. Dum 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 da 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 dum bum. I don't think anything else here goes into the processor from these panels. No, the cables as well, they go into the furnace. So what we could do is move these away, out of the way. Thruster nozzle.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Does it have another access panel on the other side? Yeah. Meow.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Kino, good to see you. How you doing? Ow. Okay, now we have to be a bit careful.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with caution.
Doing good, but you're a bit tired somehow. I mean, that's naturally very understandable since you were at work and everything. Flush!
Applying credit to account.
Quickly! Oh, that was close. Atlases are always hilarious because of that.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
All of this goes into the processor, the lights go into the barge. But yeah, I think you told us about, but I forgot, how did your interview a few weeks ago pass? Again, did you get the job? So it went really well in terms of like we talked and got along and everything. And then they said they would call me. So I called him again on Monday, I believe. And he said that it's gonna still take a few weeks until he will call me back for a Probetag, meaning that I'll get to work for them like for one shift, and they'll see if we work together, if we vibe, they vibe with me, if I vibe with them, etc, etc. And that's something that we'll figure out then, but for now it's gonna take a little bit longer because because they've got paperwork to take care of, you know, and also they've got some other things that they need to take care of, you know. So yeah, oh, so that's still ongoing and you're waiting? Yes, I'm very much waiting. I also did have an interview at another place, but they didn't have... on the day that I arrived for the interview, they told me that they already got someone from HQ, which is like, you know, it was a job at Subways. But sadly, they didn't. Like I arrived, you know, and then yeah, I'm still hoping for it. But I did get some money today. Very interesting. That's something that's a lot. That's something here a lot of students do too. Yeah, like Subways is pretty good in terms of working conditions and everything. You have like the food prep, you work with food, etc. But besides that, it's not like you're carrying lots of heavy stuff, and the work hours are pretty flexible too, from what I've heard. But yeah.
Muster systems brief. Detecting elevated volume. Processing objects. Applying credits to account.
Oh no 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 no! I didn't notice that it was going into the processor already. All of it was getting dragged into the processor. So yeah, I'm still waiting on that, but also it's gonna take a few weeks until my job at the pub, like, until they have time to call me back and everything. Finish my tea. And besides that, it's gonna take a while as well until, yeah, like, you know, new semester and everything as well. So that's an issue. That's a thing. It's not an issue. It's like more so just a thing. And then there's like also birthday this weekend, so I would like to not work on that. So I'm glad that they're not calling for this week, but still, you know, it would be good if they called me sometime, just for planning purposes and everything. The weekend after this, like next week on the weekend, I'll be visiting my family again for the first time in a few months, because I haven't been in quite a while.
Credit applied.
Let's add another tether here. And give it a little push, and then give it another push. And that should be fine. We've got another quasar thruster here.
Deposit accepted.
Took a bit of a hit there. Just to knock some sense into my skull.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Fantastic. But yeah, Subways is like pretty great in that regard, you know, because they have flexible hours. And you don't have to work super late. Which is like the problem with if you work at a pub or at a restaurant. You might have to work very late, you know. Infinity, good to see you. Yeah, it was you. So yeah, it's gonna still take some time. I went to donate blood today though, which is good. Gave me money. Money, good.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
And also had like an exam, so that was nice.
Thruster fuel system breached. Interior unstable.
Well, shit. We still got some money out of this. But we could have gotten much more. Sadly, we destroyed something. It's fine. It happens.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Scrap. Like, reorient myself.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I can go down there.
Salvage secured.
Like, we got one so far successfully.
Thruster unstable. Fire hazard risk high. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Alrighty, quickly. That's a 50%. Oh, nice. Whew.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I can go in there.
Deposit accepted.
Inject
Credits awarded.
base can go into the processor as well. And that's basically all.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Like so.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
Lovely. Right, I was talking the other day about how I want to play more chill games and colony sims and stuff like that, you know? Like city builders and whatnot. And I was thinking of maybe doing some... What's it called? Surviving Mass and whatnot, you know? And Per Astra. Because those were pretty great games. I was thinking of maybe playing those sometime soon. Was it T? T like Tech View. Can it be? Peace. You know those games where you... Oh, Frost of Fuel. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It might matter. I'm not sure if it does matter. Because disposal, I guess. There's quite a few nice games that would fit that category. Yeah, exactly. And Frostpunk, for instance, as well. Which I have yet to play, by the way. Sniffer gas. Alright, shift is done. We made money. Money, your money. I just made some money.
Raw material
I
deposited.
made some money. Money. I made some money. I think we got everything. And yeah, Timberborn. Yeah, Timberborn is pretty great. Rimworld is pretty good. We could do some funny things with Rimworld. Let's see how much we got. 17 million. How much is Roy? 1 million. Look, we cleared 90%. It's alright. It's not like we earn anything, so that was that. Yeah, We could eventually place 4X games, you know, like Stellaris and whatnot. I haven't played those at all. Project Zomboid is something we'll play more of. Wandering Village seems like a good one too. Yeah, I love Strayfawn. Strayfawn Studios are from Switzerland. They're a cool indie dev studio that also do indie publishing. They made The Wandering Village. And they also made Dungeon Crawler, which is a roguelike deck builder with stuff. Let's just end here. I'm not going to end stream here. I'm just going to switch to a different game because I remembered. Yeah, that was nice. Oh, I need to get back into Project Zomboid and Build 42. Yeah, I haven't gotten into it at all. Like, I've played a little bit the other day with crowd control, which was fun, but also incredibly chaotic. So we'll do some of that sometime. Perhaps without crowd control. What I was thinking of was maybe doing Pal World with crowd control as well. Could be pretty fun. Yeah, it's brutal enough without crowd control. It is, definitely. There is, there are also some simulation games, you know, where you're like Family Man, for instance, which is an odd one, I know. It looks weird as heck, but it's got, hold on, let me show you. You owe us money, Joe, and we plan to collect. We don't care where it comes from, but you'd better not skip town on us. Otherwise, your family will be searching the river for your body. It's a game where you try to get the money that you owe to a bunch of people and whatnot, and it's kind of weird. And I was thinking of maybe playing that. Dr. Pepper not sponsored. What the hell? I was drinking water, tap water. It's got a little bit of sugar in there because it's the idea. It looks silly but fun. Yeah, that was something I wanted to try out maybe at some point, just, you know, for funsies. Besides that, though, as I mentioned, Surviving Mars, which I last played in 2018. It's developed by it's published by Paradox Interactive, and it's essentially also by the developers of Tropico, I believe. Tropico 4, that is. An Abstraction, who made, like, I believe, the dev department of Paradox. Oh yeah, but the start of the stream says Dr. Pepper. Yeah, but I don't have any Dr. Pepper at the moment. But yeah, looks silly but fun. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Graveyard Keeper is another one that I want to play more of. Just have a bit of a more chill era, if that makes sense, you know? And we'll eventually come back to, like, playthroughs of stuff. You're still working, by the way, having fun. I'm glad to hear. Don't worry at all about it. Feel free to lurk around, hang around, enjoy some tunes and boons and whatnot. Something else that I wanted to maybe get into was I own some games in the Warhammer universe, you know. I'm not sure what kind of game Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate, Daemon Hunters, or 40k Mechanicus, or Warhammer Chaos Bane is, or Gladius, or whatever. But I do also own, I believe, like some 4X games. You know, you think so, having fun too? Glad to hear. Hope you enjoy stuff. But yeah, Warhammer games would be pretty fun. Got reminded of that because Daemon Hunter Mechanics are XCOM like, I see. Yeah, could be fun. Also, hiya. Good to see you. How you doing? Leon. those are games that I want to get into eventually because I know a lot of you like Warhammer. I like Warhammer. The other day I saw this question somewhere that someone was asking, like, if the whole Star Wars universe were to fight against the whole Warhammer 40k universe, who would win? And like, it's in my head, it was like, I didn't even watch like the video like fully, you know. It was, in my head, I was like, you know, the Death Star is like a planetary, like a weapon that can destroy a planet, and that's what 3 movies is about. And in Warhammer 40k, destroying a planet is literally just a matter of logistics, not a matter of weapons, you know, like they don't care. That's not the least you can do. Like, that's not the worst you can do and everything. I switch with microphones or switch with positions because the sound sometimes sounds further away. Sometimes I'm further away because I sit in a different way. You can't see it, but sometimes, like right now, I'm pretty close to my microphone because I'm leaning on my right hand. But sometimes when I play games, for instance, I'm leaning on my other hand because I'm looking at the other monitor, you know? Is it that bad? Like, is it very noticeable? Because maybe I should just switch seats, just move closer overall and then do that. But yeah, sometimes I talk in a different direction as well. So that could be it. Is it really noticeable and bad and stuff? But yeah, Leon, doing good. I had an exam today. I ended up donating blood afterwards. And then I had food at my favorite Vietnamese place near the station. To you, it was very noticeable in the last 10 minutes. I see. Yeah, I was basically sitting around changing because my seat isn't the most comfortable. I need to figure out the cables for my PC and everything again soon, and then I'll be back to not sitting at my computer, because then I'll be able to just stand the whole time. But until then, right now it doesn't seem good because like the cables are too short and everything. So I'm figuring that out, and once I figure that out, I'll be standing at my desk the whole time, and it's gonna be very good, I'd imagine. We did that for a while and it was very nice, not just for my posture because I was literally standing, but also for my voice work and everything. For what it's worth, you know, okay, so this is my normal voice, you know? This is just me talking normally. But when I stream, I go a bit higher. And it's important that I have good posture to do that. Because otherwise I damage my vocal cords, and that's bad. You know? Oh shit, I'm getting tired, but it's only 7 p.m. I mean, it's good that I'm getting tired, don't get me wrong. I couldn't sleep until 2 a.m., but I had to get up at 8. And so I was still awake, and then I slept a little bit, but then I woke up again, and then I was like, okay, well, melatonin it is, and just a little bit, like half a dose, and it didn't work at all. And then eventually I ended up falling asleep, but I only slept like 5 hours total, which isn't too bad. Liches do sleep. They don't have to. Liches don't have to, but I enjoy it, so I'm gonna do it. Duh. And because of that, I get tired as well. You know? I might make some coffee in a moment. But yeah, Graveyard Keeper is something I might play again sometime soon. We haven't done a playthrough of that in ages. Never actually went all the way as either. Fields of Mystery, we've played only one stream of. I could see myself playing a lot of that. Stardew Valley, we're technically still in our JoJo playthrough. We haven't done that yet. So yeah, we played through Devil May Cry, through all of that, which was great. Don't get me wrong. I loved it. That was really fun. But I'm glad that we're now over with that. So soon we'll have our playthrough of Silver or Gold. I'm not sure yet. I'll see which one is easier to have to like patch and everything so that I get randomized Pokemon, and also the rare candies so that I don't have to grind. That would be pretty neat. As someone who has grinded, by the way, I did export to YouTube my VODs a bunch more, and I published a few new ones, so if you want to check that out, I believe Bugsnax, like on Magi was archived. You can now see the VOD for mouthwashing. Mouthwashing, Gorogoa, Minute, and Bugsnax Part 1. They're now uploaded as well. And what I'm looking forward to is getting the other Bugsnax parts out as well. Either way, yesterday I ended up exporting the VOD for the level 100 before first trainer battle VOD, and there was music in there that was audible, I guess. I don't know why it's not working, but hey, it's not working. Anyways, the music should technically be separate from, like, you know, Twitch. It shouldn't be saved, but it is for whatever reason. I don't get it. Anyways, long story short, I did that, and what happens is that there's music in there that apparently made the whole, like, all of the video not available in Russia or Belarus. And I'm like, yo, why? What is that? And it's just one track, and if I remove it, it's fine. But, like, everything else is fine. But that one part of the 10-hour VOD literally makes it so that the video is not available in Russia, which is not a big loss, don't get me wrong, but, like, you know. Kind of funny. But yeah, I published a bunch of stuff over there, if you're interested in that. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. But yeah, basically, that's a bunch of stuff that I need to take care of, that I'm thinking of taking care of, you know, the VODs and everything that I'll just publish sporadically over there. But yeah, playthrough-wise, we're doing Pokemon soon, another art log, meaning we'll draw Pokemon that we had fun with. Like, no, what? Jesus Christ. My brain is zoning out right now too much. What is happening? The Pokemon that we catch and the Pokemon that die, we will draw them. We'll draw them how they die. We'll draw them when they evolve. We'll have nicknames for them, etc., etc. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. And it's going to be Nuzlocke starting in April. Because this week we've got some indie shenanigans on Friday and Saturday. Saturday, so far it says Trash Goblin only, but I also plan on maybe playing some other stuff. We'll see about that. And then on Sunday we'll be live a whole day, like not whole day, like 12 hours, you know. I'm not going to punish myself with a 24-hour stream on my birthday, man, you know. No, but on my birthday we'll be playing Katamari. We might do some Doodles, and then afterwards we will play, starting at 6 p.m. Central European time, we'll be playing Left 4 Dead 2 together with Rorston, Rakai, and Margin, a Walker 2K2. And that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And then afterwards, we'll probably still stream like on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday or something like that. But then starting Thursday, I'm not sure if we'll stream on Thursday. But I wanted to visit my parents on the weekend next week. So that's something I have plans for. So there will be no streams for a few days. Like 4 or 5 days maybe. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. And then the new semester is starting already like in 2 weeks. I believe with the 7th is, I believe, the first day or something like that. And I'll be quite busy. We might still stream from time to time, I want to say. I'm not sure yet how we'll stream, especially with how my schedule is looking right now. But I'm also waiting on replies from like lecturers and everything. On that note, let me just quickly check. I nearly said what the thing was called, and I don't think that would be good because of doxing and everything, you know? Summer semester. Da 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 da. Wait a minute. The concept of language dominance, a critical analysis, and synchronic variation in modern English. Fantastic. When is end of semester? The semester has already ended. The start of the semester is in April. Alrighty. Fantastic. Contrastive linguistics. Amazing. I believe I don't have to do neurolinguistics then if I did that. Right? I'm not sure. Finally got... Wait a minute, this one's 10 to 12. Oh yeah, wait, never mind, that's the same course. All is good there. Okay, and then... Oh, damn. My mom's birthday. I was afraid I might not be able to visit my mom for her birthday, but as it happens, Easter is on that day. You know, so I'll be able to actually head over. Something that I've got an issue with is, however, that on Thursdays, as it stands, I want to be able to like head into like the class. It kind of sounds a little like computational linguistics, just more linguistics focused. Yeah, definitely. It's the concept of language dominance is a class that is about... Hold up. I have actually no idea. I mean, your whole curriculum, but yes. Yeah. For what it's worth, like, I'm missing only a few courses. So I've got synchronic variation in modern English, the concept of language dominance, a critical analysis. I've got my Introduction to Literary Studies course that I literally just have to do the course points with, you know, like get the points by submitting the homework and stuff. And then I can do my exam there. Because last time I didn't get enough points in the test that we wrote. And then before that, I just didn't get a spot in the Introduction to Literary Studies course, you know? So that was annoying. Then I've got a class on mediating intersectionality. which is super cool. And I was hoping that I would get that. And there's also out of order, navigating nonlinear storytelling, which honestly, like, okay, so hear me out. It's and there's also like a dystopian fiction now and then. All three and mediations of a Kashmir conflict, which I am actually inside of, but I'm not sure. Oh no, that's a different class altogether. I'm not sure actually about what class I'm there in. You know, which module that is for, etc. Hold up, let me check. If I go to, I've written it down somewhere. So, also we're switching to chatting because we're chatting. You know. So, of course, I only wrote down the philosophy stuff. Fun. Okay, I've got contrastive grammar and contrastive linguistics as well. Contrastive linguistics is luckily just from 4 p.m. until 5 p.m. every Friday. I hate it. But it's still better than having Adorno, Kant and Freud, das Freiheitskapital der negativen Dialektik, every Tuesday from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. Or Platons Spätdialoge, Politikus 3, from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. on a Thursday. Gesundheit, you're welcome. Geschichte der Philosophie, Theorien, Methoden, Beispiele. Einführung in die Logik. I literally just have to. But yeah, what I want to say is basically, so mediating intersectionality, as well as out of order, navigating nonlinear storytelling, and dystopian fiction then and now, were like, they're all free courses from the same module, you know? And it was like, oh, either take this, or this, or this. So I signed up for 5. Like a while ago, hold up, I've posted it like somewhere. Wait a minute, did this person, I got messaged by someone that I believe they're a bot. Haha. So, for what it's worth, you know, hold on, let me show you. Like, on my Discord, this is something you see when you join the server, but you don't see anything else except for this channel, and whoever joins here is most likely a bot. No, I mean, like, they're not bots necessarily, but they have to answer a bunch of questions, and they don't understand how to do that. So they literally just message all the people in the list, you know? And if I like see a name or whatever, I can just give them the role, you know, I can just go over here and then roles and then give them the crypt dweller role over there. And that's fine, you know? If I do that, it's fine. Oh, there's super secret stuff. Don't question that one. So if I do that, you know, they get access to the server. But as it stands, none of these people, like, okay, these are like literally like server bots and everything. And if I just give them, see? I could just move them around and everything. Sorry, I couldn't use a keyboard. We were eating chicken wings and your fingers were oily as hell. Damn. I hope you're enjoying your chicken wings. No, what I wanted to say is essentially, so that people don't get messaged by bots on my server, I made it so that the briefing channel is the only channel they'll see. And there's also rules, which is basically, it's what you see in the roles channel, but it's for the bots or any new people. So new people literally only see rules and briefing, you know? Like if I go into server settings and then roles and go all the way down. Over here, I can view the chat. Can I view the server? Since everything is a private thing. How do I do the thing again? The cool thing where I can view the server as a role. Whatever. So, Infinity. So essentially, when you're new to the server, you join in, you don't have any role. And because you don't have any role, you only see the rules channel and the briefing channel over here. Which, by the way, nobody else can see when they have a role. So it's Scala over here and Alira Marine, most likely are bots. Same with this person who still failed to answer these questions, like how many R's are in strawberry, or what's your favorite number? My favorite numbers, by the way, are 19 and 17. Because they're prime numbers and they're very alien and I love them to bits. They're very cute numbers. Ubu. Anyways, both of these just messaged me about, hey, do we have a minute? Which is really funny. But they can't answer the questions because they're silly. They're silly geese. You know, very silly people. What did I want to say? Right. 17. Yeah, 17 is a nice emote. This... both FG and Kiri have a 17 emote. Are they also in love with that number? It's a good number, not gonna lie. Like genuinely, it's my second favorite number. It's my second favorite prime number as well. My third favorite prime number is 2. And my third favorite number is 0. Oh, anyways, what I wanted to say is essentially that I've got my schedule sort of figured out, but I've got classes in weird dates. Right, the whole reason why I checked out Discord was because I had them noted down. Which classes did I not get into? Like, if I look into Tea Party, I did post it like a big screenshot that looks weird as fuck. Yeah, so basically, I had 5 different courses for Thursdays, 10 to 12. I got into one of them, which is fine. Synchronic variation I got into, which is fantastic, because that's one of the class that I was missing, you know? Neurolinguistics, I'm glad that I didn't get into. I instead get contrastive linguistics, I believe. And then multilingualism and code switching in early English. I'm not sure if that's a class I need or if I'm sorted in that regard right now. Same with stress and rhythm in English, because that's a 3240. And that's a 3240. Do I have a 3240? Somewhere. 3260. 3235. 3240. Okay, so the concept of language dominance is in the same module as the stress and rhythm in English. So I assume that it was like either take that or that, you know? Either way, from what it is, you know, neurolinguistics, yeah, it's Kiri's favorite number, and in FG Subathon, chat kept timer at 17 hours for a long time, repeatedly, no matter what happened. That is hilarious. That's amazing. But also, you know, I liked Kiri a lot already, but now I like Kiri more. I mean, it's not quite as great as 19, but 17 is good. It is a good number. But yeah, what I wanted to say basically was that, so personally, from like a storytelling and everything perspective, I love the idea of non-linear storytelling and stories that are told from the middle to the back to forwards, etc., etc. You know, does that make sense? I like the idea of that a lot, but from a not just prime numbers, they're very alien numbers. I don't know. It's a weird one, you know. 9 is also like has sort of this connotation of both the beginning and the end of the cycle, you know. Not really the beginning, but like sort of, you know, the end of the, like, you know, base numbers. What are they called? In German, it's Ziffern. Numerals. I think it's numerals. Anyways, what I wanted to say is basically like personally though, even if a class is starting at 8:30 a.m. and going until 10 a.m., I am happy to have landed into the mediating intersectionality course because it goes a lot into stuff that I find very interesting personally. Digits, there we go. Thank you very much. But yeah, there's a lot of courses that I didn't get spots in, but I think that's fine. There's a lot of boring stuff, which is, again, like, fine. I've got a course that says Status in Bearbeitung. But I don't know what that means. Maybe they'll let me know over time. It still takes some time, I guess. You know? But yeah, finally got into courses. Oh, yeah, nice. I can check over here. So, So mediating intersectionality is part of the literary studies thing, I believe, which is cool. Needed that for something. I don't know what I needed that for, but I've got it. I'm still in a waiting list for a philosophy course that is about feminism and shit. Linguistic variation is the synchronic variation in modern English that I finally got accepted to. It's so good that I finally got there. And then Literaturwissenschaftliche Vorlesungen is the mediations of the Kashmir conflict, which I also got accepted for, which is very good because I needed that. And then Sprachwissenschaft Seminar, Hauptseminar, etc. I actually don't know which one I need. Do I need that? I took one or the other, I believe. It was like, oh, in case I don't get into these, I'll just take some literary studies. I might not need it. If I got contrastive linguistics, contrastive linguistics and the concept of language dominance, critical analysis, I might not actually need mediations of the Kashmir conflict and synchronic variation I need either way. Magic? Yes, sorry. What's up? I like just talking about it, you know. Either way, so courses are figured out, sort of, you know, and I'll just fill in the gaps with whatever I've got. Most likely what will happen, though, is that we won't be able to stream on Tuesdays or Thursdays, and even Fridays might be a bit rough, so we'll probably stick to Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays and Sundays, you know? Yes. Infinity, what's up? Tell me all about it. What is up? Are you sure you want to name all the courses next semester? It's very doxy. Oh, no, that's fine. Look, you can find those courses at all sorts of universities. Honestly, also, I've been very upfront and open about the fact that I live in Wuppertal in Germany and that I go to the university here. For what it's worth, you know, our city has 350,000 inhabitants. And our university's got like 25,000 inhabitants, you know? Although, to be fair, only about 8,000 of those of the students at our university are from Wuppertal. So it does narrow it down quite a lot, considering that. Although I'm not sure if it actually accounts, if it counts into that number those people that moved to Wuppertal for the sake of that, or if it's a thing. Anyways, for what it's worth, most universities where you study English studies in Germany will have you study all of those courses. But like you take some of them, and you won't be able to view those courses. You won't be able to see all of that information, by the way, if you were to look up my university and everything without logging in. You would have to log in first to be able to view the courses, meaning that you need to be a part of university and everything. But like, I don't think it's doxy all that much, There's some other information that I've blurted out in the past that might have doxed me a fair bit. But also, it's fine. Like, honestly, long story short, it's like nothing's going to happen. I'm not popular enough for anything to happen. And also, I'll be moving most likely. Once I'm done with my bachelor's degree, I will probably try and move closer to my parents because I miss them and I want to visit them a lot. You're going to stalk me. Kino, I'm pretty sure you know my real name already. On that note, let me just check. Okay, it was just a bit concerned. Yeah, no, I do take care of myself. Last break we took was an hour and a half ago, so I would take another. You do? All the easier for you to find out where exactly you are. I would tell you, if you want to meet up, let me know. Not right now, though, because my life is a mess. Like, genuinely, and then you will watch me from afar while I walk down the street. Haha, Kino, you silly goober. You think I leave the house? I avoid it like the pest, like genuinely. Like, I avoid like leaving the house so much, man. Depression sucks. No, all that aside, if you want to meet up, let me know. They say mess makes great minds. I don't think so. It just means I have honestly, like I need to do my laundry and stuff. And tomorrow I'll grab a bunch of the coins that I need to make laundry, to do the laundry, and then I'll take care of that finally because I want to have like a clean apartment by the time that I visit my parents. Actually, I want to have it by the time my birthday rolls in because I don't want to live in filth starting into a new year, basically, if that makes sense, But yeah. And then you casually bump into me and apologize with a coffee and become my best friend. And in a few years, you say, I was Kino along and just stalked you while drinking coffee with you. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Feasible, Yeah. Yeah. That's how it goes. That's how it goes, indeed. Thanks a lot to those who've been hanging out and lurking today. I hope you're having a good time. We could... So, I was thinking. What were you thinking? So, I was thinking. We could play games. Or we could not play games. So, and then afterwards we could think about what games we're playing, And I'm leaning towards games, though. So, or both. I mean, I don't think you can play games while not playing games, if that makes sense. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Dude. 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 Dude, 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 dude. We could play some Talented because it's gotten an update the other day. With a waves mode. We could also play some Monster Hunter theoretically. Yeah, isn't Talented in waves anyways? Yes and no. It's like it's different. The way the enemy waves work are different in waves mode, if that makes sense, you know? So that's something they added. We could also play... Hold up. Let's take a break first and then we'll decide afterwards. Yeah, that seems good. Seems good. By the way, I do still have the interviews from from the Gamescom last year, and I still haven't published a lot of them. So I finally found a transcription tool that does it for me using AI, which is, you know, fuck up. So essentially, what happens is that I basically run it through that, like the audio file, it transcribes it for me. Fantastic. And when I do that, then I have to correct it because it makes a lot of mistakes, but it's still better than most, like doing it manually. It's a lot faster. So I've done that and I have this interview done, but I didn't understand in the recording because I was recording at the Gamescom. I didn't record the name, or ever, like the name was like, is it Loughran or Loughran, Crompton? You know, I didn't understand the name at all. So I had to ask like a press contact I had about, hey, sorry, I remember that interview I did like last year. A lot of shit happened and now it's been like nearly a year. So I didn't get around to it now, but I finally got around to it. And I was wondering, can you answer these questions for me? Because I have no idea. Was he a developer or was he representing them and stuff? And also, what was his name again? Because in the recording, it sounds like his name was like Loughran or something. But no, his name was Lachlan. Lachlan? Which is a name I've never heard of before, and I should have written it down. Anyhow, so basically wrote that, and then also required like a press kit and everything, and I got that finally. So I'm very happy about that, and yeah, so I'll have a post on that out soon, and yeah. So that was a funny interaction. Something I also ran into was when interviewing Japanese developers. I'm not sure if they inverted their name already for my sake, or if I have to do that still. You know? Laughlin, very British name. Scottish? I'm not sure. I think he's like Australian or something like that. Irish. Hold up. I can look it up. Lachlan. Can look up which is a first name and which is a last. No, that over there is Lachlan is like a that's the name. Seems to be Irish then. Yeah. But as if I remember correctly, he's Australian. So that was like, I didn't understand one thing he said. And like, okay, obviously a lot of people don't do this. A lot of people don't release their raw sound files and everything, but can you introduce yourself and explain what the game is about?
Okay, so I am Lachlan Crompton. I am associate.
Lachlan Crompton. And I understood it as Lothran, but I didn't understand it. It meant the Japanese names. Oh. For that, I would have to go back to... So, can you introduce yourself and tell me what your game is about?
自分の自己紹介とゲームの紹介をお願いします。
私はバイナリーヘイズインタラクティブの CEO 兼チーフクリエイターの小林です。私たちは今回エンダーマグノリアというエンダーリリーズの続編にあたるタイトルのプロモーションでこのゲームズボンに参加しました。
I am the CEO of Binary Haze Interactive, Kobayashi Hiro, and I'm also the...
So Kobayashi Hiro. So I had to work with a translator, and I believe that they don't do that where they change around the names, but I'm not sure. So I know that Kobayashi is like a surname, so I believe that goes first. Hiro is the first name. Yeah, so now in my head, I'm like, would I call them Hiro Kobayashi? Because that's the way that my core audience, like mostly Americans, Canadians, Germans, and British people, I believe, if I check, I know, like, that's my target audience. Would they understand that this is like the surname or the first name? I don't know. So I'm just gonna keep it the way they said it, essentially. But I found that pretty funny. Like, I found that super funny. Just thinking about that, I mean. Wait, where do I have to look for my traffic for the last 3 years? Yeah. Yeah, United States, followed by United Kingdom, followed by Canada, Australia, then Germany, then Russia. And then the Philippines. Interestingly enough, the Philippines, India, France, and then the Netherlands, But it's most like, oh yeah, it's English, 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 English. It makes sense, that most of my traffic would be the English-speaking countries, Australia. Yeah. And then it's Germany, and then Russia. I'm like, yo, why? But as it stands, all the traffic that is from Russia, I believe most of it is about anime. Because they love anime over there. But also, in the last 3 years, I've gotten 79 views through hentai-expo.com. So that's something I'm pretty happy and proud about. I think they reached out if I wanted to write about indie games from Japan. But I said, sure, I can take a look. And then they never got back to me about where I can find those games and stuff. And so they added me as a partner. but I never wrote about anything by them. And so I ended up being a listed as a partner, but like literally, I didn't do anything. So I just got free views, like free traffic. It's just 80 views, but yeah, I mean, nice that Twitch at least tells you the referral URL and all now. Oh, no, that's not Twitch, it's WordPress. That's my blog, you know. Hold up, I can show you cool stats. Boop. I mean, hold up. I mean, oh no, that's the wrong monitor. There we go. There you go. So over there you can see I get like a lot of referrals from, I got in the last 3 years at least, you know. I could make it so that it's like custom range from... Oi. When did I start? 2019? 2020, probably. Let's just go with 2020. Whatever. I could probably enter it, but WordPress seems to be broken a little bit. A little broken around the edges. I started around the 19th of July, 2019. I remember. So that's like, this should be all my lifetime. All my life. There we go. And there's views. And you can see I wrote 370 posts here, 366 over here. And my views got better after I stopped writing daily. 112 right there, 62 right there, 63,000 views. 3 posts so far, 15,000 views. Like I'm on track to hitting 60,000 again this year, which is weird. As you can see, the problem with Mr. Beast got like 24,000 views, and that was not even about like the newest scandals, but it's still getting views because of that. It's getting like a lot of old shit. And I get some comments about it that say like, oh, this is old news. And I'm like, yeah, because this post is like from 2020 or something. I don't know, man. There's how to get this one particular achievement. I'm like, I feel bad because people keep clicking on it. Anyways, the Atlantic /technology/archive, etc. I believe this article seems to click on my, like somewhere over here. There's a link to my blog. Is it actually? Hold up. There's somewhere in here. I have no idea. I got views from this post. 300 views from the Atlantic. I don't know how, but apparently no. And they didn't set a traceback in your comments. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Like, I just see it and there's no trackback. No, there's no pingback. I think it's called actually. Fandom actually is... Oh. No. No. These are clicks. People clicked on Atlantic. This is me. This is what people clicked on. And then they checked out a lot of stuff like... What's this artist? Some Spotify artist. The Midnight. Good shit. YouTube. What is this? Is this my channel? Yes. So 155 people clicked on the link to my channel. But that's funny. I clicked on Magi. What do I get for that? A Kiev. You can see file download. So 24 people clicked on the Uwu Lo-Fi Magi track 1. I see, I see. No, what I need to click on is over here. So in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't actually, like the referrers are these over here. These are referrers. And over here you can see that hentaiexpo.com actually linked to me. But also Time to Loot, which is a wonderful blog if you like it. And Dragon Chasers, which is JD's blog. And there's Tergan, that's Wilhelm's blog. And Inigame Cloud. And my card link. And whatnot. And it is very interesting to look at. Like, I like stalking people's habits and everything. And on Blogspot, you can actually do that even worse. You can see like devices that people use and whatnot, you know, which is pretty interesting. So if I go into Insights, for instance, I can see not much really. The tags and categories, the comments and numbers of shares, you know. Apparently my stuff got shared to LinkedIn 2.6 thousand times. And I'm like, who uses LinkedIn to share my blog posts? What the fuck? You know? And yeah, over here you can see I got 100 views on my demo post. That is way too long, honestly. That's why it got like a low amount. But 100 is like a lot, you know? But need to get some stuff done, but you're listening. Appreciate you. But yeah, as you can see over here, I can look at stats and everything. If I just look at the last 7 days, you know, which is what I usually do, I see that none of this matters because I don't actually write posts anymore as often as I want to, at least, resulting in like all of these views are just from people clicking on My Hero Academia's ending was terrible. But also stuff like, what is an NDA? Which is literally like, oh, if you sign an NDA, don't break it. Because, for fuck's sake, NDAs are holy. You know, there's a reason why you sign them. They can cost you like a shitload of stuff. And yeah, anyways, what did I want to say? Okay, what did I want to say? There's a game that we could play called Nordhold or Wizard Chess. Wizard Chess is sort of a game, and then there's also like a Finnish Cottage 8, which is released the other day. So be willing to get to the grocery store because you're out of stuff. That's totally fair. Do it quickly because some stores close at 8 and some stores close at 9. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Good luck. You got this. Run, run, boy, run. Okay, so do we want to play a game with anomalies? Or do we... Honestly, that sounds fun. Let's do that. But yeah, we've been yapping for a long time. And it's been 2 hours since our last break. So I'm going to take a little break here. I'll grab some coffee real quick and I'll see you momentarily. Please take care of yourself. Perform a magic if needed. And thanks a lot to everyone who's been lurking, hanging out and chatting today. I hope you're having a fantastic time. I'll see you in a bit. In the meantime, enjoy some tunes over here on the BRB screen. And I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back again. And there's a game that I wanted to check out. Bum bum bum. Oh, big download. So, this game is called Finnish Cottage 8. Oh, this one's downloaded. Fantastic. Clicked on the wrong thing and was like, yo, no, it's a big download. How could I have not prepared this? I honestly wanted to do mostly chatting. And art and stuff, but I don't feel like it today. So this game is about us being trapped in a looping Finnish summer cottage. Use your observation and memory to find anomalies and make the right choice to escape the Finnish cottage. It's one of those games where you just go round and round, you know, and whenever something seems off, you go in a different direction, etc., etc. And if you want to check it out for yourself, you know, I got a key for it. Boop, 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 boop. Right there. And you can check it out on Steam. It's available right there. Has been released like 2 weeks ago. And I'm not great at these games, but we did play an elevator one. It's like liminal horror kind of things. You know, it's gonna be fun. And we'll see how it goes. Game. Let's quickly go into the settings and change it. Boop. Should be much better. I hate that it mutes when I tab out, but hey. There's no graphics settings either. I don't know if any of this... I don't know what that means, but it's fine. VSync should be good. VFX. Okay, it's like turning it brighter. Der Bachelor willkommen. But it says danger in English.
Hei, hän on tullut takaisin.
He's back. I thought he was a goner.
Wait. You're not Timo. How did you get in here? This is a government-restricted area. Well, that doesn't matter now. Just listen to me carefully. This is not a normal cottage that you walked in. We don't know how, but this place traps people in a loop. If you want to leave alive, you need to follow my instructions. What you see right now is the original state. Look around and memorize it well. Whenever you try to leave, you'll be back in this cottage, right here, like an infinite loop. But something in the cottage may change. We call that a anomaly.
An
If
anomaly.
you find one of these anomalies, you need to walk out the back door, through the emergency exit. If there are no anomalies, use the front door. If you make the correct choice, the number on this laptop screen will go up. We believe the loop should end when the number reaches 8. Pay attention. You might make it out. Now, go through the front door. Oh, one more thing. You have my sympathies.
Alright, so it's one of those games. What the hell is that thing? I don't like the motion blur at all. Like, the brightness is also kind of iffy. There's a Sweden flag over here. There's windows. There's Lardi, television, a bit of a radio. There's a map here as well with Sweden, Botnia, Karelia, Lapland, Finnmark, Bjarmia, Vilborg, Rysen, Livland, Royal, Mariborg, Goten, Shodlad, Hedard, Bergen. Bergen is cool. I had friends from there. In case of I not leave through the sauna door.
Illemmalla myös idässä. Yöksi sää poutaan. Päivän ylilämpötila 15-21. Huomenna 20.
Okay.
Yön alin 3.
Nice. Wow, it stutters a lot, doesn't it? I don't know why. But like, again, as I mentioned, it doesn't have any like graphics settings. Like if I do this, perhaps, maybe it doesn't do it as much. But also OBS seems to be struggling. Crap, I didn't look at the kitchen. So everything's fine. Okay, so that was an anomaly.
Etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta alle 10 metriä sekunnissa, päivällä alle 14 metriä sekunnissa. Päivällä rannikolla paikoin merituulta, hyvä näkyvyys. Pohjois-Itämeri ja Saaristomeri, etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta.
For whatever reason, all of these games like suck in terms of. I think everything is good here.
Hyvä näkyvyys. Ahvenanmeri ja Selkämeri, etelä- ja lounaan välistä tuulta 60 metriä sekunnissa, enimmäkseen hyvä näkyvyys. Merenkurkku ja Perämeri, lounaistuulta 60
I think everything is good here, so we're gonna leave again.
8-12
Yes.
metriä sekunnissa. Yön mittaan tuulta.
It seems better. I don't know what that slider is that we hit, you know?
Enimmäkseen hyvä näkyvyys. Saimaa.
Everything looks normal, you know, I don't see anything special, so I'm just gonna go back, and yeah, that was it. The sky is bleeding. 5, okay. Everything looks normal this time around. The roof isn't...
10, Kaakko 2, puolipilvistä 46, Orrengrund 10, Etelä-Lounas 1, selkeää yli 20.
I think all is good here. No, never mind. Something was bad.
Podagrund 11, Kaakko 5,
Um,
9, Kaakko 5, Harmaja 9.
everything looks normal. No, something was not normal.
19, Mäkiluoto 10, Lounas 2,
I think everything is normal here, though.
4,
Yeah, everything was normal
selkeää
there.
50.
Something isn't normal sometimes, but I don't get it.
6, selkeää 20. Hanko Tulliniemi 10, Länsi 3, Russari.
Do I also have to check, like, the sauna?
Etelä 4, selkeää 40.
Probably.
Etelä-Lounas 6,
But I think everything is normal here.
14, Pohjois-Pohjois 2.
No, something was weird there, but I'm not sure what it was.
Etelä 2, selkeää 50.
Is it like the stream that is stuttering, or is the game stuttering on you guys? And
Etelä-Kaakko 3.
because OBS says that my encoding is overloaded.
Selkeää 20. Nyman 9, Etelä 10, selkeää 47. Märket 10, Etelä 10, Isokari 9, Etelä-Kaakko 9, selkeää 20. Kylmäpihlä 13, Etelä
Just the game for you. I see.
selkeää 42. Tahkoluoto 11, Etelä
Oh, that's on anomaly.
selkeää 50.
Yeah, there's an eyeball on there.
8,
It's barely visible too, though.
47, Bredgret 14, Etelä 7, Stursborg
I think all is good, though, right now. Maybe the PNG also, actually.
8, Etelä 9, Kallan 10, Lounas
But audio isn't stuttering at all. That's fair.
15, 9,
Not sure about the apples. Were the apples always here?
Kalla 6,
I think they're good.
7, Lounas
Yeah, apples are normal.
Raahe 10,
Seems.
Etelä-Lounas 11, 50.
Is there anything special going on? Is there outside something, maybe?
20. Maria
But if for whatever reason a lot of these games don't run too well.
20.
No, something was bad there.
5, Lounas 5,
But I don't know what.
Ajos 7, Itä-Kaakko
All is
4,
normal now.
selkeää 50. Hyvää myöhäisiltaa kaikille kuulijoille. Radio Ale
Du-du-du-du-du.
kello on 23.
Man, the sound of this news broadcast, it sounds like a news broadcast because in Albanian, you know, when there's news and everything, it sounds like that too, you know, a lot of the time. It's just like anything that is not normal or different here. I don't notice anything, so I'm just gonna go back, and apparently something was weird.
Aluksi alueen pohjoisosassa paikalla
Whatever, it's fine.
mahdollisesti ukkosta. Päivän ylin lämpötila on 20–25 astetta ja yön ali 5–10 astetta. Heikkoa tai kohtalaista etelä- ja lännenvälistä tuulta. Maan itäosassa sekä Pohjois-Pohjanmaalla ja Kainuussa vaihtelevaa pilvisyyttä ja enimmäkseen poutaa. Iltapäivällä alueen pohjoisosassa joissakin
I think that's not normal, so I'm gonna switch.
ukkosta. Illemmalla myös idässä. Yöksi sää poutaantuu.
All good over here.
Tänään 15–21, huomenna 20–26 astetta.
But yeah, the game is kind of stuttery.
9 astetta.
Oh, that's not normal. There's a baby head in the sink.
Sadekuuroja.
I need to check that stuff more often, you know.
Mahdollisesti myös ukkosta.
Okay, there's hair for curtains. That seems pretty not normal.
13–20. Yön alin 3–7 astetta. Lämpimintä tornia.
Everything's normal over here.
Heikkoa tai kohtalaista etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta. Maastopalovaroitus on voimassa maan etelä- ja keskiosassa, Pohjois-Pohjanmaan länsiosassa sekä seuraavissa Lapin kunnissa. Suomella etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta.
Alright! That was scary.
14 metriä.
A little bit of a slender man there.
Päivällä rannikolla paikoin
Sink is
merituuli,
good.
hyvä näkyvyys.
The flag! It's no longer Sweden! No, it's no longer Finland. Gotta change that. 6. Now it's Finland.
Etelä
It was the Swedish flag. How dare they put the Swedish flag onto the table there? What? Who did that? Who did that? Okay, I think everything's fine. Yes, everything was fine. Now, if we... Huh. Was that always there like that? I think that was different. Finish the game. No, where are you going? You have seen 10 out of 36 anomalies. And there's the credits. Okay, so the games are pretty short, technically speak. Like a lot of them are. Find all Teemo's parts. Assemble Teemo. See all anomalies. Anomaly Hunter achievement. And then there's 2 more global achievements. Answer wrong on score 7. So close. Get killed by an anomaly. Gotcha, gotcha. Apparently people got that. It's an interesting game. It's very short, though. You know, from what I've seen, it's like very, very short, you know? And hello, Abyssal! How are you doing today? Good to see you. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Kino is grocery shopping and Noka is still at work, I believe, so I'll do that. I'll do the work. As per usual. You were playing Silent Hill 2. Nice. How you liking it? Did you get upset because the child isn't sexy enough? Because that's apparently a very normal thing to do. Raiders, welcome in. I'm the very woke VTuber Magi. I'm from Germany. I play English. I speak English, but I am German. Kind of. Not enough for most of... Not German enough for the second strongest party in the German parliament right now. But hey, what do I know? Silent Hill is confusing. You don't get the story. I've heard so, you know, like Silent Hill is weird, you know. I only played Silent Hill 4, The Room. And I really liked it. But I heard that it's kind of abstract and everything. No, welcome in. I'm Magi. I'm a writer from Germany. We play a lot of different games, and lots of roguelikes and indie games. We do art streams. We chat a lot. And we chat a lot. Sometimes we play ukulele, and also we chat a lot. And Raiders, if you ever see Abyssal and me live at the same time, go check out Abyssal first. And everyone from my stream, go check out Abyssal. Abyssal is a lovely variety streamer from Germany as well. And if you know... And if you like German VTubers who speak English, who have deep voices, do some art, and have a nice dry sense of humor, then you might like me, but you might also like Abyssal a lot. So go check out Abyssal. There should be a follow button in chat. You can also click on Abyssal's emotes right there, or on his name, or on that link over there. There's plenty of opportunities to follow Abyssal if you haven't yet. Lovely friend of a channel, friend of mine. Very good, chill individual, you know, who does good art and stuff. And yeah, Abyssal, thanks a lot for the raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, Silent Hill is confusing. I've heard so. What I was referring to earlier was basically the anti-woke people saying that they made the girl in the Silent Hill 2 remake ugly, but she's literally like super traumatized and everything, and not to mention a minor. And there's like genuinely some people out there, including Mark Kern, aka Grums, who... How do I put it? They literally cry about that stuff. We're playing Finnish Cottage 8 here, which is a game where you're in a Finnish cottage. It's developed by Savukivi Games. Programming done by Hiski Huovila. Art by Kyrylo Tsarenko and Jogi Babushkin and Valery Neznakin and Haole and Ali Husseini, with voice acting by Jukka Martila and Jonas Atona. I don't know how to say Finnish names. I'm not gonna lie. I'm mostly joking around here. Literally, like, just played through this. Didn't even take us too long. You know, if we go to the main menu again, though, we can start another playthrough and whatnot, and play the game. The game doesn't run too well, so it might be a bit stuttery and everything. Because, like, honestly, performance has been an issue on my PC for a while. So we're over here, and what we have to do is, this is what the cottage looks like normally.
Tiedotukseen sisältyy varoituksia. Maan keski- ja pohjoisosassa tulee paikoin kuurosateita. Odotettavissa huomisen
We have to take a note of everything,
maan länsiosassa laajoilla alueilla selkeä ja
and then have to go through either the sauna door,
paikoin sadekuuroja.
which, by the way, it's a nice sauna. I love it when there's a sauna.
20–10
This place doesn't have a bath, by the way.
oli 5–10 asti.
You know. Also, if you want to play the Silent Hill 2 remake, don't. At least for now, it runs like ass, like slideshow kind of bad sometimes. Yeah, although also like sounds a bit demanding as well. Might just be a bit demanding.
Alueen pohjoisosassa joitakin sadekuuroja, paikoin ukkosta. Illemmalla myös idässä. Yöksi sää poutaa. Päivän yli lämpötilat elää 15–24 asti. Yön alin 3–9 asti.
Nice, you died. We got killed by an anomaly. That was like an achievement that we didn't get. I didn't see anything that could kill me, you know, last time. So yeah, besides that, it seems pretty normal. We're looking for...
Tänään 13–20. Yön alin 3–7 asti. Lämpimintä Tornionjoen laaksossa. Etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta.
You can low-key brute force this game.
Maan etelä- ja keskiosassa, Pohjois-Pohjanmaan länsiosassa sekä seuraavissa Lapin kunnissa Kemi ja Kemittua. Suomenlahti. Etelä-
Something was weird, apparently.
10 metriä sekunnissa päivällä.
Oh boy, that scared me.
Päivällä rannikolla paikoin merituulta, hyvä näkyvyys. Pohjois-Itämeri ja Saaristomeri, etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta 3–7 metriä sekunnissa. Yöstä alkaen Louna, Norja, etelä- ja Lounaan välistä tuulta, hyvä näkyvyys.
Help.
6–10
Okay.
metriä sekunnissa.
So yeah, the game is running like ass. On my end, it seems fluid, but OBS is struggling, so I believe that's just OBS is doing OBS things, I guess, you know, on my end. But besides that, you know, I find it interesting, especially with the background noise being kind of news broadcasty and everything. But yeah,
Tuulta 2–6 metriä sekunnissa. Yöstä alkaen 4–7 metriä sekunnissa. Myöhään illalla pohjoisosassa joitakin
I wish we could actually like sit down. But yeah, we go through the door if everything's normal, and we go through the sauna door and emergency exit if there's an anomaly, which is kind of cool. It's a bit different from other stuff where you just go left door, right door, etc.
Kaakko 2, puolipilvistä 46.
Everything seems normal, but sometimes there's like very small things, like this flag over here being Swedish instead of Finnish. And sometimes, like there was one time where there was a baby head in there, but it doesn't seem like... No, there was something wrong, apparently. Yeah. As for the Silent Hill games, I eventually want to play them, but I want to play them on original hardware if possible. Or like the old games and stuff, you know?
Selkeä 50. Jussarjärvi 9, länsi 6, selkeä 20. Hanko Tuliniemi 10, länsi 3, Russarjärvi 10, länsi 5.
Nice. You're back. Hi back. I'm Maggie. We got raided by the lovely Abyssal. How you doing? Have you checked out Abyssal yet? Abyssal, lovely streamer, plays a lot of different games from Rain World to From Rain World to Risk of Rain to Helldivers and Democracy to D&D to art. Also does a plethora of other things like horror and space games, you know. You're sorry to hear that. Obviously, they optimize it. Yeah, like I've heard from folks that it, like from some folks I've heard, and they have like really beefy PCs, and they said that it runs like ass. But for other people, it ran like well, and they had less demanding PCs, so I'm like a bit confused about that, but like also not sure what it could be, you know? 1. What do we have? So yeah, the game is a bit stuttery. So I'm sorry about that. But like if you see stuff happening, or if you hear weird things happening, you know? Yeah. I think you might get, it might be DX12 again. I have no idea what any of the DX stuff is about. So something was wrong there. But I don't know what. This is something that sometimes bothers me with these types of games, you know. Everything looks alright, and then something was apparently happening. I think everything's normal, so we're gonna go back. Yes. Okay, wood is fine. Oh yeah, that seems pretty abnormal. You know, the blood prints, bloody footprints on the ground and whatnot, you know. The fire is very loud, but I'm not sure if that's a anomaly or not. But I'll go for it, you know, I'll say that's an anomaly. Yeah, I think it's a brain, you know, bloody bear prints. I hope the bear is okay. Yeah, I hope so too, you know, it feels a bit... Yeah, I don't think that's how the sauna should work, you know? Yeah, I don't think that's normal. Like, look, it's like the... La puta. Everything seems normal. But I don't trust this. The flag is right. This is also still the map. Everything's good over here. Curtains are fine. The stuff is fine. Any footprints or anything like that, you know, is there any person in the sauna? I like that we can enter the sauna all the way, but shouldn't we take off our shoes first and socks and everything and also like put on, especially if we step onto the sauna, you know? Yeah, I think everything's normal. Yeah, there we go. 6. And then... Everything seems normal again, you know? But maybe there's like it's something very small, you know, could be happening. 7. And there's an achievement if we get a mistake here, you know? I think everything's okay. So probably crash with his Sea-Duck again, he'll be fine. Yeah, let's just say that something is wrong, even though it's not... Wait, never mind, something was wrong. Oh, actually getting it wrong on the 7th time was harder, I guess, than getting it right, you know? The car is going away, so, you know. But we did actually die this time around. 17 out of 36. Nice, nice, nice. What was the first game that that inspired this, you know, I wonder.
Radio Ale Taverne. Kello on 23:45.
Okay, everything is fine here. 1. All is good right here. All is good right here. Maybe I am actually better at this than I thought I am. You know? That's actually scared me quite a fair bit. I didn't think it would, but it did.
Päivän ylin lämpötila on 20–25 astetta ja yön ali 5–10 astetta.
Everything's normal over here as well. Nothing outside. Flag is alright. Map seems to be good. There's no eyeball or anything here. Nope, something was wrong. I don't know what was wrong, but apparently there was something wrong.
Päivän ylin lämpötila tänään 15–21, huomenna 20–20.
Okay, everything's good again. Nope. Cottage Inspection Simulator and the one game where you need to escape the subway station with also finding anomalies and get to exit number 8. Cottage Inspection Simulator? So, not like this one was inspired by that game. So, subway station, Station 8 or whatever it was called. I remember hearing about that, but I've never actually seen it or anything, you know? Okay, so everything was right that time. Yeah, that was not it. I just wanted to see what that was. There was like, suddenly there was a hallway, you know? But it's interesting to know that there's like anomalies that literally make the door disappear. You know, it's something that you would miss very easily. Everything's fine here. Okay, it's a 1. Then we've got cake. Gugelopf. Lardi. Everything over here seems fine as well. 2. I believe this is all like liminal horror as well. You know, it sort of reminds me of here Pixel played a while ago Backrooms. There were like a lot of Backrooms games that they played, and it was really good. I don't know why I keep messing up pronouns. I'm sorry about that. 3, fantastic. Everything seems fine over here. Everything seems fine over here. Let's look over here again. Nothing out of the ordinary. I think we're pretty good here. 4, fantastic. Everything seems fine yet again. Nope, something was wrong, and I didn't see it. What I dislike about this is that the very first time you enter, it says that everything is alright, this is like the default state. But why does it like, oh, something can be wrong on the very first door, you know? Does it make sense? You know, why is that? Because, like, if you forget what the default state was and everything, you know, I think the map is wrong. Yeah, the map was wrong. Like, there was a lot of stuff missing here. Like, Finland was missing from the map. Can't have the Norse countries without Finland, right? Am I right, fellas? Wait, was there blood on the floor? No. I think everything's fine here. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much not it, right? Vandalism bad, glad it gets fixed upon leaving. Because, you know, if it didn't get fixed, you know, we would have to pay for it. So with that said,
Ulkokalla 6, lounas 9, Nahkiainen 7, lounas 11, Raahe 10, etelälounas 11, 50, Oulu Vihreä Saari 15, lounas 8, 20, Marjaniemi 6, etelä 10, Selkeää 20.
I don't think that's supposed to be like that. But that one's actually hard to notice, even though it's super big, you know? I feel like the TV is smaller.
Radio Ale Taverne. Kello on 23:45.
Everything seems normal over here. Nobody outside. 6. No, the TV is normal that way.
Maan länsiosassa laajoilla alueilla selkeää ja poutaa, mutta aluksi alueen pohjoisosassa paikoin sadekuuroja mahdollisesti ukkosta. Päivän ylin lämpötila
Did I hear sound somewhere?
25 astetta ja yön ali 5-10 astetta. Heikkoa tai kohtalaista etelä- ja lännen välistä tuulta. Maan itäosassa sekä pohjois-pohjois.
Think all is normal here.
Vaihtelevaa pilvisyyttä ja enimmäkseen pouta. Iltapäivällä alueen pohjoisosassa joitakin sadekuuroja, paikoin ukkosta. Illemmalla myös idässä. Yöksi sää pouta.
Okay, so I want the achievement for failing at the end. This is rule number 7. So, naturally, I want to fail here. Right now, this seems all normal. Do you guys see anything that is different?
Vaihtelevaa pilvisyyttä ja paikoin yksittäisiä sadekuuroja. Aluksi Etelä-Lapissa mahdollisesti myös ukkosta. Illemmalla lännestä selkeä.
It seems all normal, so if I go through the anomaly door, I win! GG. But I didn't want to win. It says, by the way, 23:45, but that's not the real time. I guess that's just GG. If you want to check out the game for yourself, you know, was the TV always just static? Yeah, it was always just static. If you want to check out the game for yourself, there's more anomalies to be found right there. And I got a review key, and yeah, it's a game. It's a game. I find it interesting because there's a lot of stuff there that I didn't see in other games like it. I've only played, to be fair, the elevator one and then a demo on Edge, I believe, about a whole, like a long way. Speaking of Steam, yes. Is there anything cool on Steam that I should check out? Like, should I play, actually, I think I should play Jazant as well soon, because that's a gift that I got from one of you. Yes, Steam. Steam? Speaking of Steam, yes. Oh yeah, Sauna, right. Get it. I got it. That's funny. Sorry. Speaking of gifts. Yeah, I still have to play Jusant. I'm sorry, I didn't play that one yet. But we will play that soon because I wanted to play. Speaking of gifts on Steam, I didn't. What are you doing? Oh, right. Another game that I want to play sometime soon is possibly Euro Truck Simulator 2. I feel like that would be the ultimate yapping simulator game kind of thing, you know. Speaking of Steam, yeah, it's funny because like, you know, Cottage and it's got a sauna and everything, you know. But yeah, speaking of, I should probably play Jusant, which you gifted me a while ago. And I have to play still. It's by Don't Nod, actually, which I find interesting. You know, Don't Nod are the people who made Life is Strange, I believe, right? Yeah, they made Life is Strange. We also have to play Life is Strange, like 2 and stuff, you know? But, yeah, Jusant, action-adventure, meditative vibes in Jusant. We also have to play, but no, you're not speaking of the games you received a while ago. Gotcha. I don't know what you're talking about. But you were saying Steam, and I thought, hey, sauna, get it? Okay, I need to go to the sauna again sometime. Maybe that's gonna be like a birthday gift to myself. Just ask a bunch of friends if we want to go to the sauna together for my birthday, and then go drinking afterwards. Oh, that would be so good. So, with that said, what did I want to say? Finnish Cottage 8 honestly is an interesting one because it's like those other games, and I can see the inspiration and everything down to a number. It's okay, you will notice eventually. I have no idea, man. If I go into my notifications on Steam, it says, oh shit, I got a gift. Thank you. Sophie, thank you. I got a gift from Sophie. And it's a good one. Sorry, Steam didn't show the notification at all. Your notification probably doesn't say, oh shit, I got a gift, but okay. Yeah, it didn't, so I had to click on it. So this is the game, Keep Driving. It's by YCJY Games, who also made Sea Salt, you know. And I played the demo for this a while ago, and it was very, very good. Sea Salt is amazing, by the way. If you like dark fantasy games where you're the monster and stuff, it's sort of RTS-y, but not exactly. It's very interesting. And anyways, what do you get? Keep Driving, which is an atmospheric management game. It's like an RPG where you're on an open road, just driving. And it's very cool. You've got upgrades and skills and stuff like that. And it's got a banger soundtrack. Hold up. There you go. Thank you very much, Sophie. Yeah, so for what it's worth... Oh, shit. There we go. For what it's worth, this is a game that I had on my wishlist, in fact, because it's 18 euros, and that's a bit much. Not for this game, I'm saying just for me at the moment. That said, if I go into this bundle into the bundle info over here, because I now own this... Wait, why do I not own this? Hold up, maybe if I go over to the Steam page now... Is this now cheaper? It should be cheaper now, because I own this. Pacific Drive is a similar game, by the way, as well. If you like horror stuff, it's kind of interesting. It's like a driving survival game. You know, there's like horror elements and everything, and you try to piece together your car and everything. Yeah, it's just 360. Wait a minute, what? Here's what you save by buying this bundle, 360. But like the individual products should be done by 18. Oh no, 360 is for savings, lols. Yeah, it's confused. You notice also what's pretty cool is it's still on my wish list. This game is still going to be on my wish list because I got it gifted, you know? Oh no, they removed it. That's nice. We could look at our thing. Pacific Drive is in Humble Choice anyway. Yeah, it is, but I don't like Humble Choice this month because honestly, the games that are on there, not too excited. The only thing that I would be excited about would be Pacific Drive and Wild Hearts. But Wild Hearts is on Origin and not on Steam, and I don't like having multiple launches and everything. Okay, it's not that big of a deal, but I would have to install Origins again. Anyways, oh look, Fight Night is a beat-em-up game that I found ages ago, and it's now 90% off. That's interesting. Wild Hearts, I could actually grab on Steam right now for the price of Humble Choice for myself. And I might actually do that, possibly, because it's a very cool game. It's not quite Monster Hunter, but it's a cool game. Oh, Made in Abyss. If you like anime, this one's anime is amazing. The manga is amazing too, but it's also very disturbing. So beware. I put so many games on my wish list over the years and just never touched them, like never like buy anything. But Onechambara Origin, if you like anime, this game is cool. You beat up zombies with samurai swords, and it's wild. And this one's the events of the Onechambara and the Onechambara 2 have been completely remade in full HD. The evolution of this high-speed action game cannot be missed. It's a wild game. Maybe we should play these. Saints Row, a great game. Yeah. Saints Row, a great game. Okay, guys. Wait, is this... Hold up, I know this is this Loom? Lumetric? Yay! Yeah, Lumetric. Good streamer. Go check out Lumetric. Scottish streamer. Very good. Dubstep Gun, best gun. Yeah, Dubstep Gun. Wait, wasn't Dubstep Gun... Was that Saints Row or was it... I think Borderlands also had a Dubstep Gun, but it was also a dildo, which I found very funny. Onechambara. A sexy, skimpy devil may lollipop bayonetta chainsaw. What more could you want? You change the blood color from red to white. Think about it. 8.5 out of 10. If you can't dodge or parry, this game isn't recommended. However, if you like hack and slashes with katana and empty-hand combat while slaughtering the undead and demonic entities, then this may be for you. Controller support is much more suited for a 360 controller. If you use a PS4 or 5, just remember what the equivalent of X, Y, A, and B are, and you should be good. I have this on console, but got the PC port for convenience when I travel. The game is default to Japanese. However, if you check in the options, there's an option that allows us to change menu language and audio, so that's a huge perk as I can't read Japanese. Fair. So, you played some Saints Row, it was great fun. Yeah, I do own, I believe, hold up. Let me open GOG Galaxy. So, the thing is, I could obviously... I should probably do window capture for Steam. There we go. I could theoretically get this. I could also get Wild Hearts, but not gonna lie, I do think that I have enough loot anime games for a while now. So I'm not gonna grab them just yet. But I might eventually. That said, D3 is having a publisher, like a spring sale as well over here with Earth Defense Force. This is the Lego one. It's not a Lego, but it looks like a Lego. Earth Defense Force 6 though for 40% off, but it's still $35. Yeah. Look, sometimes I look at these and I'm like, yo, my wallet is crying. I got this game for free. It's $60 usually, you know? So you if you have 69,000 channel points, didn't you want to play EDF? Oh, I do want to play EDF, but hold up. I only have 3 achievements in my 53 hours of Earth Defense Force 4.1, the Shadow of Newspaper. Really miss it, and you people miss it, and you people singing the EDF points. Yeah, good shit, you know. Like, not gonna lie, I also own EDF Iron Rain because I got all the games for like $5 or something in a bundle, and I was like, hell yeah, I still have to play EDF 5. I also have to play World Brothers. Okay, but yeah. What did I want to say? Omega. So, if you have 69,000 channel points, you can redeem them to become a degenerate. And if you become a degenerate, you'll become a degenerate on our Discord. That's a special role that only you and a select few other people who purchased, definitely all of them purchased that role. Definitely, 100%. It's a very exclusive club, you know, of people who are very cultured, who can watch me play Omega Labyrinth Laifu on Discord sometimes, you know. It's a game that is actually fine to stream on Twitch, but we can't, but I don't want to stream it on Twitch because it's like kind of, it makes me uncomfortable. It's like, it's culture, you know? It's a very culture, you know. It's a culture heavy game, but for what it's worth, we also had to like level up and make someone stronger. We had to touch them in various spots, and it was a weird ass time. I wasn't a fan of it, but luckily we can skip that. But also, there was one time when we had to identify a still crystallized item in the dungeon, and to do it, we had to rub it between our boobs, which is weird as heck because it literally looks like a censored penis, you know, that is shining. And I'm like, but it's not. It's a sword, you know, or a book or something. I don't know. Weird shit, you know. Classic. Yeah. So this game I got for free to stream it. And I did stream it. And yeah. Oh yeah, this is the scene where you literally like, oh, she's like resting. And you have to make her absorb the power, the Omega power from the flowers by touching her in various spots and getting her off. But what I really like is that you can customize all of the flower fields and like plant whatever you want and stuff and get the nectar, which then helps. I don't know what this is about, by the way. Like, this is hilarious. But look at the fucking monster right here. And yeah, Hades' hand right. Hades' skull uses headbutt. What the hell? It's like it's a mystery dungeon game. Why is she huge? Hold up. Also, her boobs grew to level L. Holy shit. And B. Damn. But yeah, I really like playing with this character because she is unquestionably an adult. But yeah, you can decorate a lot in this game, and that's really nice. And you manage the garden and plant all the different plants and everything. And reviews are mixed, but I actually like it. It's actually a fun game. I'm just not able to stream it, you know, because it's too lewd. And As a weapon with an embarrassing voice courtesy of Hinata. What the hell? What does that mean? Extali Spear. Bluriates Mune Echika. Yeah, so for what it's worth, you know, good stuff. If I go over to my games on GOG, hold up. GOG. Is there anything on there that can compromise my identity? No. So, didn't I own... Yeah, I own Saints Row the Third Remastered on both Epic Games and GOG, and Saints Row 2 on GOG, and Saints Row 4 on Steam. So for what it's worth, that's interesting. Two, 3, 4. Now, if I want to play the games in order, what happened to Saints Row 1? What happened to Saints Row 1? But yeah, by the way, these are all the games I own, 2,260. And ever since I started streaming, we've gotten through them a lot quicker, which is useful. Right, so games. There's a bunch of games that I want to play eventually, including a roguelike about samurai that have to fend off a zombie apocalypse, you know? SR1 wasn't on PC for a long time. Is it nowadays on PC, though? Because that's something I would have to look at, perhaps. But also, I'm not even sure if it's worth playing, you know, for what it's worth. They did release it on 2023. Ah, I see. Interesting. But yeah, right. What I wanted to say earlier was, though, Omega Labyrinth Live is usually $60, and I never would have gotten it for $60. But that said, this game is great for the $13 that it is right now, and it's a offer that ends in a day. And we might hang out later in Discord if you want to see me play it. It's a very cultured game. It's a mystery dungeon-like game. So it's like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon or like Sharon the Wanderer, etc., you know. It's a dungeon crawler that is turn-based and grid-based. It is very hardcore. When you die, you lose all your items, you know? So be careful. But also, it's very cultured in that there's jiggle physics everywhere, except for one character who doesn't have anything to jiggle with. And besides that, when you level up, your boobs grow bigger. Saints Row the First is on Steam, currently on sale from what you can see. Saints Row... Ah, but reviews are mixed. But man, it looks good. $6? I could see myself spending $6 on this. I might just buy it for $6. I'm just saying, you know, theoretically, I might just do that. Saints Row Gatsbroke. To start, it's not as bad as people say, but still, this is the worst Saints Row ever released. Volition should be ashamed for butchering their franchise this badly. The boring storyline, annoying characters, and frustrating combat with zero to no comedy make this game an insult to fans of the series. I was tired of shooting an entire magazine to kill a random bum with armor, or imagine a situation where you have to shoot a guy with no hat armor 6 times in the head. Am I fighting SpongeBob SquarePants or what? I was tired of watching cutscenes and listening to characters in this game. The main characters are so annoying. I literally could not enjoy the story. I was tired of side mission activities being as dull and uninspiring as possible. I was tired of useless perks and skills, which are worthless. I was tired of non-existent humor. I was tired while playing this game. The only redeeming qualities of this game are the vehicles and challenges. I hate cars. A few of the main missions were generally done right and were entertaining, if you remove the sound. They had fabulous ideas, like adding hoverboard and wingsuit. Just Cause 3 did it better. Just Cause 3 was amazing. Looks like it's a remaster and generally seen as the worst from the franchise. Well, I maybe should not buy that one then. Look. Maybe it's available for like $3 or whatever. RoboCop Rogue City. What the fuck is that? Become the legendary part-man, part-machine, all-cop hero and deliver justice in old Detroit. Not gonna lie, it's $10 to be a cop. If I just spit in someone's face, I'm a good enough cop. I don't think I need to become half machine for that. Kappa, kappa. I'm so sorry. I'm being too ACAB for this. I haven't seen RoboCop, so I have no connection to the franchise. Not gonna lie, that was a terrible joke. I'm so sorry for that one. I apologize. I retract that joke. I don't usually do that, but hey, this time around, I will do that. Yeah, that was not good, man. Right, what did I want to say? Games, right. We were talking about it all day, but didn't really go anywhere with it. For what it's worth, I like playing action games, but I feel like I can't yap enough during action games, you know? Especially when there's a story, I feel like I want to progress with a game, you know, and I'm not able to yap as much. So, with that said, next week we'll be playing a variety of indie games, cool stuff, maybe Journey. I was thinking of maybe playing Journey in April, March, something like that. I'm not sure yet. I'll see when I return from my parents, and I'll also have to see when I'll go to my parents. You know, ooh, Journey, yeah, because I haven't played Journey yet, and I know that some of you, Sophie, are upset at that. So I will. I did, however, play that game company's... You need to play Journey again. Yeah, we should... everyone should play Journey. I did, however, play that game company's very first game, which is Flow. And I really liked Flow. It was a good game. Rest in peace, Flash player. With that said, we will be doing a Nuzlocke soon. And everyone play Journey at the same time and chirp at each other. Is that how it works? I'm sure there's other people playing Journey right this moment as well. So that's gonna put a cross into it, you know? For what it's worth, we will be doing some like chill games, you know, from time to time. Like web fishing. I will be playing more web fishing again. Or Euro Truck Simulator. Hardspace Shipbreaker was not exactly what I need because it's like also has a story and everything. Web fishing doesn't have it, so that's good. So Euro Truck Simulator and web fishing would be good. There's also some other like chill games like that, you know, where you just do something. Like Trash Goblin. Trash Goblin is nuts. Ayo. No, we will be playing those. I was thinking of maybe doing a Minecraft playthrough as well. And like just having it once a week where we just talk about a plethora of things. and I'll have like a Google Doc or something like that people can just submit, like a Google form, that people can just submit topics to ask, like questions, like conversation topics, like, oh, I want to hear Maggie's opinion on this. Oh, I would like to hear everyone's opinion on this, but I don't want to bring it up in chat because, hey, let's just talk about this, And it would be kind of fun, and I feel like that would be pretty cool. When you first played it, you always ran into other people, but many, many years later, you only ran into like 2 other people playing it. Oh, that's interesting. Minecraft playthrough as well to you. Yeah, like more so as in like we play Minecraft and have like a survival world, but we're actually just chatting the whole time while there's some gameplay as well. And our goal as in like playthrough is like to capture all mobs and build little towns and cities and everything, like have a farm with all the farm animals, and have like a bamboo forest kind of area with name tagged pandas and shit, or build an undead city, etc. That's fun. Yeah, we'll join the server if you would have you. Sure. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe like hosting a server perhaps as well, because there's some options to do that, and it would be kind of cool. But more than anything, I would be like, yeah, we'll just play Minecraft, I guess, and do a little bit of chatting, mostly chatting, like non-stop chatting all the time, would be fun times, I'd imagine. And we could theoretically open it up as to be like a server kind of community thing as well, until people stop playing, and then I just continue playing solo. We could also invite other people, like streamers and whatnot, onto it. Theoretically. Would be kind of fun. You can chat and you will build a castle in a corner somewhere. Exactly. Who knows? But yeah, that said, that was like an idea that I had. The chill days, etc., with like web fishing or something along those lines would be kind of cool. But also like just generally vibes. I want to do art streams again more often. We'll still do roguelikes, I guess, because I like the way we're doing it. And since next semester is going to be very, very busy for me, but also finally, nearly possibly the end, I will dial down the streams a little bit. I guess. It depends, Maybe we'll do some longer streams, more afternoon streams like this one. Maybe some shorter streams, etc. We'll see. But yeah, like uni takes priority. Just like this semester, we had to cancel a few streams where I literally canceled streams because I had to do uni stuff. Look, guys, I have this earworm. Hold up. I had this earworm for the past 6 hours, so I just gotta listen to the song one time, And hentai after hours, cute shows, and they all be ours. Love hotels where we make a chow, robbing on a sentai, yes, I will allow. Tokyo try and clear my mind. Okay, that's enough. I just really needed to clear that earworm, And there's the other one that I had, By Pissa. Do you know this song? It's a great song, It's a banger. Like an absolute banger. Peak German culture right here. Fahrradsattel by Pisse. No. Great band. Eine Gummihand in deiner festgekettet und für immer. Aber forgot when the lyrics happen. Aber ich will dein Fahrradsättel sein. Aber ich will dein Fahrradsattel sein. Da, 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 da. That's all the song, by the way. That's just the song, basically. It's a banger. Like an absolute banger. Aber ich will dein Fahrradsattel sein. 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 Aber ich will dein. I want to learn a song so badly on the ukulele, but for what it's worth, I don't know how to do that. Aber ich will dein Fahrradsattel sein. I don't know. It's a banger. It's a good song, you know. I love it to bits because quite lyrically, it's one of the most beautiful and most romantic songs that exists out there, you know, at least in Germany, which isn't hard considering that German isn't the most romantic language, you know. Ever tried dirty talk in German? Yeah, me neither. Okay, I have. I have, and it's terrible. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, you know. It doesn't have the same tune to it like English does, you know. But yeah. So basically, what will happen is like that. We'll be doing an art lock in starting in April, and I will also, which is like a Nuzlocke. But since we don't have to focus on the story and everything, there will be like key battles and everything that we'll prepare for. It's going to be fun. It's going to be challenging, but we'll still be able to yap a lot. And I'll also be playing some chill games that we'll just do from time to time. Dirty talk in German is terrible. Confirmed. Yeah, exactly. It's like you know. Oh yeah. Please fuck me. You know. Please fuck me. Sounds already quite unsexy. Well, try it in German, which would be literally "Bitte fick mich." It just doesn't sound great. It doesn't sound like begging. It sounds like you're being commanding, you know, when it's not. And again, that was like already an unsexy sound, you know? Not to mention that, like, we don't even have something like, we don't have even like good words for genitals, you know? Like, like all the bad, all the genital words we have are like penis, Schwanz, Scheide, Vagina. And I feel bad for what I'm about to say, so listen away if you don't like vulgar German words, but Möse. Or, no, I'm not going to say the F word. Again, this one's basically the equivalent of cunt. But it sounds worse in German, you know? Or you don't want people to say they don't want their tail. Yeah, like Schwanz. It's not like cock, dick, wiener. I feel like even wiener is more sexy than that, you know? Give me your shaft. Oh, I thought you said the F word. No. Like as in the if you were to say Kotze but with an F, Kotze being puke or vomit, but you know, instead of a K you would have an F sound. Please don't type in chat. Thank you very much. It's very vulgar. It's one of the most vulgar, if not the most vulgar word that I know in. It is actually the most vulgar word I know in German. Like, I don't know many. I remember there was a time when I was like a technician for like our school band or something, you know, and like for other stuff. I did like the tech stuff at our school. And there was this guy who was in a relationship with someone who I had a crush on. And he kept talking about her and how he was bürsten. He was, how do you call it in English? He was brushing her. Meanwhile, you don't find any of the words vulgar. You just think it's silly. Yeah. It's just when I say the word, I feel yucky. It doesn't make sense, you know? Like that specific words, Kotze with an F, is pretty vulgar in my opinion, you know? And I find it a bit rough. Like I find it pretty rough to listen to say it, etc. It's like foist. It's like moist. Moist is such an you know. When I hear moist, I think of a what's the word? Schwamm. A sponge. There we go. Moist. Yeah. Also, that's funny. For what it's worth, the F word. I earlier said the F slur, Infinity. I am not proud of it. I just mentioned how people called me the F slur when I was younger and drawing flowers and stuff, and were not into cars or sports. So, and then I accidentally said the F slur out loud, you know, instead of just saying the F slur, which was a weird thing to do. Not gonna lie. But it's very, like, you know, shit happens. Sometimes you say words you don't mean to say. But yeah, when it comes to the games, I want to do more chill stuff. So we'll be playing some Graveyard Keeper from time to time, or maybe some Stardew again. You know, we could play Echoes of a Plum Grove again. You know, we could play some Monster Hunter from time to time and just try and talk over it. But honestly, I failed quite badly when I last did that. So perhaps some other games, you know, could be fun from time to time. From time to time. From time to time. I feel groovy when I say time to time. Time to time to time to time to time. But when I say time to 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 time, time to time to time to time to time to time, I kind of feel like I'm about to say make that noise that Yoshi makes when they eat something. Madam, madam. But it's more like madam, madam. Wait, madam, madam. Oh shit. My tongue went kind of into my throat there. That was not good. Nearly choked on my own tongue. I'm an idiot sometimes. And by sometimes, I mean a lot. I just got... a message from the Netherlands, and I believe I know who this is, but I'm shocked that it's my cousin. It's my cousin from the Netherlands. But like, she's not even 10 years old. So why does she have a phone and a phone number? What is wrong with the youth nowadays? I'm telling you, everyone has phones these days. You know, I didn't have a phone until I was 16. Nice, you just got back from the Netherlands. Nice. Yeah, do you know where Leerdam is? That's where the cheese comes from. You know, the Leerdamer. You know, that's they live over there. You had a phone early on. Arden Rakan, oh my god! Hello. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Welcome and welcome. And do you play League still? But back then, phones were only for calls. Yeah, I had a phone early on, by which I mean when I was 16, because I was starting to go out in the evenings to do sports, and it would be in the neighboring town. And just in case there was an emergency or something like that, you know, I would then, you know, have to make a call, right? So, but up until then, I used phone booths. Phone booths still existed. I would use a payphone and lose like 20 cents, you know, to make a call for a minute. You couldn't do anything else with it. Yeah, like my phone was, the earliest phone I had was an iPhone 3G that I got from my uncle. It was a used phone and everything, and the internet didn't work. It didn't even have like a selfie camera like all the other phones have nowadays, which I found when I saw that I was like, wow, how do people do that? Payphones weren't that popular when you were a kid. Yeah, when I was a kid, they weren't popular either. I was just weird, but also I know how to use one. You know. Your uncle gave you one of his old phones when you were like 14, but you didn't get a phone from parents until after you moved to the US. That's fair. US are big and more dangerous, I guess, as well. So you would want to have like, again, I feel like most parents would give a phone to their kid when they are worried and everything. But nowadays it's more of like, oh, it's a status thing or everyone else has it and stuff like that, you know? For me, it's like, you know, when I started to be like more active, as in like I had a job, I would go out. I had my first girlfriend and would take the train for 4 hours to get there and stuff. And I suddenly got like a phone, my own phone sort of thing, you know. It was just for calls, you know, but I had it, you know. But I was also kind of late for that, you know. We had a card collection for payphones. Card collection? Had some card collection? What is a card collection for payphones? Like over here, we had like a payphone that I would use near like 2 or 3 spots. You know, I would always use those. You know, when I had to like let my parents know, oh yeah, I'm taking a bit longer here because, you know, it's raining, but the rain's going to stop soon and then I'll take the phone. It's like a debit card for the payphone. Oh, I see. Yeah, the ones that we had over here had only coins. They also had like the circular thing, you know, where you dial the number and by circling, you know, doing the circle. Whoop, 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 you know, that's pretty cool. Near the end of the payphones, you could load money onto a card instead of carrying cash. Oh, that's interesting. Ah, memories. Yeah, we had some very old phone booths in my hometown, in some places. Even at our school, there was one, and nobody knew that there was a phone, but I used it. And yeah, so that was nice. But yeah, anyways, my cousin now has my number, and I don't know how I feel about it. I don't mind relatives of mine, especially like, you know, people who are not too much younger than me. Like they're sort of in my age group, my generation, you know? I don't mind that at all, but the last time a younger cousin of mine had my number, they kept spamming me with messages, like videos and whatnot, you know, like TikTok dances and everything. And I was like, yeah, that's weird as heck. So I would just react with a thumbs up and then like ignore them. And that took like a few weeks until they understood that I don't like receiving those. But I would literally have to delete like 30 to 40 videos for like every week or so, because my phone was just full of these TikTok dances that young children were doing, you know, which is like weird as heck, obviously, if you don't know that they're also related to me. And even then, weird as heck. So yeah, remember when opening the internet on the phone was a nightmare? I remember when opening the internet on the phone was, as it's too expensive. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. That was like, don't touch that button. I once did that. Like, I was playing Snake 2 on my, a friend of my parents, who's the brother of a wife of my father's brother. So my uncle's brother-in-law. My uncle's brother-in-law, who lived in the same hometown as me, the same town as me, you know, when we visited them, I played Snake 2 on his phone, and he said, just don't press that button. And I did press the button, and suddenly I got slapped. Because, like, internet is super expensive. And yeah. Wi-Fi, man. Like internet, honestly, internet around that time was not really a thing and stuff. We had internet for the first time in 2008. I didn't even know what internet was until 2008. You know, good old times. But yeah. Ardent Rakan over here is, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, funny story. I once got banned on League of Legends. And Ardent Rakan over here was my support guy. Isn't that fine? Stop making me feel old. Yeah. Sorry. Sophie, sorry. Yes, same. You grew up using payphones at school train stations and still use the ones at airports sometimes if you need to tell people about flights getting late and there's no Wi-Fi to use for free. Fair. Remember when opening the internet on phone was never. Remember mainly playing Mohun games. Mohun was good shit. And there was some karting. There was some karting? I remember Mohun was a good shit. At my uncle's place when he lived in Ham, written like ham but with 2 M's, is a place in over here in this area. Apparently it's called Mohun Kart. Wild. I remember playing on his PC a game that was called it's a small indie game that nobody knows about, right? It's Age of Empires. Was it Age of Empires 1? Not sure. It was like an RTS kind of game, I feel like that was Age of Empires. And Warcraft. Yeah, Warcraft. That's the shit, Like an RTS kind of game. Very good shit. Really enjoyed that back then. Like, I had a blast with it. Like, genuinely such a good time. In fact, it could be multiplayer on a single PC. Yeah, it's like a lot of stuff. That was fun. Yeah, a lot of card games. I remember playing some card game ages ago, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, I played, right, I think it was Crash Bandicoot Kart and Mario Kart 64. Those were like pretty much the only card games I played when I was younger. Eventually, when I had a Nintendo DS, I would play Mario Kart DS, but I would also play this game on the Xbox, the OG Xbox. No 360, no One, no anything, just Xbox. That one had a Fusion Frenzy, which was wild. It's like Monkey Ball, but with humans. One using WSD and the other one with numpad. Yeah, numpad and AWSD. When we got our computer in 2008, my siblings and I would play this browser version of Super Smash Bros. Melee, I believe. We would play it in a browser, and one person we would basically have like AWSD, and then like X and C, I believe, and then the other person would have J, K, I, and L. Or was it? I think it was something along this line, J, K, L, and then another button, and then like 2 other buttons, and we would play around that, It was very fun. Fusion Frenzy is one of your favorite party games to this day, ever since you had it for the original Xbox. Oh my god, another person knows Fusion Frenzy! Holy shit! To this day, I have not met any single person that knows about Fusion Frenzy. The game where you slap cockroaches in one minigame with giant fly spotters. It was a good time. We also played a lot of Time Splitters. I think Time Splitters 2 or Future Perfect or something. Future Frenzy 2 was not nearly as good as the first one. Yeah, the first one was amazing. If you've never had a console, so no idea. It's totally fine, Ardent. Don't feel bad about it or anything. There's no shame in not having owned consoles. Like, we had an N64 because my father got it for me when I was 3 years old. I looked at it and I was staring at it like nonstop. I was like, wow, Like, eyes all bright and everything. And one of those photo shops that also sold like Nintendo stuff. And an N64 was expensive back then. Like, damn, it was a lot of money. But apparently I was like the happiest. Back then I wouldn't even say that I wanted something, I would just stare at it the whole time. And when it was time to leave, we would leave. I wouldn't cry about it or anything like that. I was easy mode for parenting, basically. I would eat anything. I would shut up and sit by the adult, and like literally do nothing. I was broken, and then eventually, we got like the original Xbox that my uncle had because he got himself a 360, and so we got the OG Xbox as well. So I played that. I played on that and on the N64. And on the N64, we had Ocarina of Time, Pokemon Puzzle League, and Mario Party and Mario 64. But Ocarina of Time, I gave to a friend. I borrowed it, and then they moved away, and I never got the game back. So I never played through Ocarina of Time, actually. So that's something I have to do still, someday. But yeah. If the one with the hamster balls you talked about is called Sumo. Makes sense, that figures. Only the super old ones your grandma had where you could shoot ducks and play Mario. Yeah, like, we had something like that as well at one point. But it was like a knockoff thing that literally just had 2 or 3 games on it, you know? And not like official or anything like that, which is nice because it's cheap. Oh, said Charles, oh, sorry, you let a friend borrow a game and they move? Yeah. Classic, right? You had an Xbox original because your dad worked for Microsoft and he got one gifted to him. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so on the original Xbox, we played a lot of Fusion Frenzy. Mech Assault, like the demo for Mech Assault. Demos back then were like insane. You would just play a demo a lot. And they were paid too, you know, it wasn't even like full game or anything like that, you know, because full games were expensive. We had Blinks 2, the full game, and I played that and I loved it. We had Blinks 2 being a game about time-traveling cats. And Time Splitters being a game about, there's a villain called Crow, and you're kind of from the future, and your name is O'Neill or something like that. And you're like this bald black dude with weird sunglasses who's got a prosthetic arm that can use telekinesis, and you've got guns. And you then basically travel, like Crow, the bad guy, travels back in time after finally developing his time machine so that he can go back to his previous self, like his past self, younger self, to give him the plans for the time machine so that he doesn't have to develop it himself, because he himself is too old to accomplish all the plans that he wanted to actually do. Spent all his life getting a time machine made. So yeah, so basically you travel back in time together, chasing after him because he can't let his past self get that. So you go back in time and go to like the you know, more and more like, oh, you're literally the First World War where Crow is helping the Nazis, you know, in the Second World War actually. No, wait, I think that was the First World War, that game. In the war, you know, you were helping like Scotland or something like that in a war, trying to get independence and everything, you know, like Crow was helping them and whatnot, trying to change the future by changing that key detail or something like that. So you're right there fighting with a musket and a bayonet and stuff like that, and then you go more into the future because Crow accomplished what he wanted to do, got this ore that he needed, and then goes more into the future, which you follow then. And there's like wormhole shenanigans and everything, and zombies at like a late 90s. And then there's like a Second World War kind of time period where you're following Harry Stripper, who's a super spy, who's now after the Russians who are trying to shoot nuclear weaponry at like the US, you know, so you're trying to stop that from happening. So you're helping Harry Stripper, the Harry Stripper. You're helping him stop the Russians because Crow is actually involved with Russians there. And then you go back in time again to help like this girl with a baseball bat called Rose or something, you know, explore this mansion that is full of zombies and shit. It was very weird. You gotta run off and mod. Have a great time zone, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Let your little cousins borrow your Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance with a bunch of games and never got them back. That sucks. And that's why you don't trust them. Don't trust anyone with your Game Boy. Because it's nice to pocket. You know? Eventually you started working, just replaced most of the things for yourself, but you gifted all that to a friend a few years ago. Oh, that's nice. Well, good for them. And yeah. What does great time zone mean? So, you know, Rakan, how you could say good evening or have a nice afternoon, have a good night, etc. to people, but you don't know where they're based and whether or not what time it is for them. So for me right now, it's evening, but people in America, for instance, it would be the afternoon still, you know, or it would be early morning in Australia, etc. So some people say, have a great time zone, or have a nice time zone, etc., or happy time zone, you know, or good tizo being time zone. That's something that a lot of people do because it is all encompassing, you know. It actually like just covers all the bases from like, you know, mornings to evenings to etc., you know. But yeah, good shit. Except for people who are watching from the ISS. Like, even for them, you know, they have like cycles where they sleep, right? Like sleep cycles, wake cycles, etc. Little shifts they do. Stuff like that. Yeah, true. Yeah, and also I don't think anyone from the ISS is gonna watch my stream, right? Man, I love pinning messages that are terrible out of context. The bot, what I assume to be a bot, by the way, is like now pinging at here in my Discord, which is funny. But I think they left. Which I find funny. Like, it's literally like, oh, answer these questions to join the Discord. But they can't do it because they're stupid. They're like automated scripts and everything, you know? So, yeah. Lols. So they literally adhered into my into the Discord, you know? Which is really funny. Like, the other person that joined that still hasn't filled in the questionnaire. Again, like, I don't recognize her name at all from Twitch or whatever. So I literally delete the message. Because it's been like from 5 days ago. And the other one is like from 8 days ago. You can see them joining, but you can't see them in like actually in any of the channels because they don't have permission to see the channels. Which I'm pretty proud of how that turned out. We're gonna chat a little bit longer and then probably call it a day in like half an hour roughly. But before that, I want to take a little break here. I'll be back in a bit. Rakan, how have you been, by the way? It's been a while. It's good to see you. I'm having a fantastic time just chatting with y'all here. And yeah, I can talk a little bit about why I got banned in League of Legends once. Because it was a very stupid thing that I, you know, realized. Doing fine, just chilling. Yeah. I need to. Would it be cool to do like League of, saw you streaming, came to say hello? Yeah, it's always nice, you know. I don't remember, like, Rakan over here is following, I believe, since like 2020, you know. It's been like ages, man. Like, you know, it's good old times, you know. But now that I think about it, yeah. Oh, damn, there's indeed ages. Yeah, if you do follow it, if you do like exclamation point, what happens if I do it? It's not. I'm not following my own channel. But if you do that for yourself, you know, you can see like the stuff. So yeah, long term here. Joins from time to time for art streams. We did art stream earlier, by the way. It's just that I stopped. It says if it says it if you click on your name as well. Yeah, but if you do it via a command, it tells you in your like years, months, and days, etc. If that makes sense, you know. So if you do that as well, that works too. I know some people can't click on their own name on mobile, for instance, depending on the device, etc. It doesn't work quite as well. So what a lot of people do is they do the command and stuff. And yeah, Rakan over here is pretty cool. Good bean. I'll take a break. I'll be back in a bit, and then we'll chat some more. You know, having a blast. Also, just by the way, the playlist that we're listening to is this one over here. Go check it out. It's all music by I'm Kibitz, who's a YouTuber that I like watching. Like, I enjoy his streams, and not his streams. I haven't watched his streams at all yet, but like I enjoy his YouTube stuff a lot. He plays a lot of Satisfactory, for instance, and it's very fun and really cool and very entertaining. Like, genuinely, like, really cool guy. And Kibitz also makes music, and so he published his music and said that people can use it for streams and YouTube stuff as well if they want to. So we're just doing that, and yeah, if you like it, you know, go check out Kibitz. Kibitz is very, very cool. He's a good bean. But yeah, we'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. I'll see you in a bit. Wow. Kino, you're going to bed. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Appreciate you. And we won't go for too much longer, you know, honestly, like just in a half an hour more perhaps. Because it's getting late and I've been streaming for 7 hours nearly. So we'll fill up the 7 hours roughly. And then see how it goes. But yeah, what I wanted to say earlier. League. I once got banned in League of Legends for honestly, like it was a very 7 hours. Well, yeah, it's 6.5 right now, you know. There's also like an uptime command. Again, like because like on mobile it's weird to see. But for what it's worth, I once got banned in League of Legends because I told someone that if you flame them, etc., they won't play better. Like if they flame their teammate too much, you know, they won't play better and everything. So I kept like being argumentative and everything. I had a bad day, so I just ended up being like all argumentative and everything. And then the opponent was also like being like flaming their team and everything. And I said that because they spelled lose wrong, you know, I said lose with 1 O is to not win, and lose with 2 O's is your mum. And that was something I said that was very inappropriate and bad, and then I got banned for 2 weeks, which is pretty stupid. Or I got a chat restriction or something like that. I don't know. Either way, I talked about it to the support guy, and the support guy happens to be Arden Drakan over here. We ended up talking about anime then. And that's how I got to know Arden Drakan here. Which is really funny. Like, looking back, that was very toxic of me. But ever since then, I've been very careful about stuff like that, you know? Oh, if I notice that I'm getting argumentative, you know? Just mute folks. But also, like, I try to, rather than defend someone and tell others, like, okay, when someone's toxic, I tell them, don't be toxic. And that usually helps a lot with toxicity and stuff. Oh, now the system is even worse. Rather not type at all. Yeah, not. Honestly, personally, I love chatting in League of Legends. Like when I play League every now and then, I love talking to the like when it's a chill lane, when nothing happens. It used to be better. I would just talk to the enemy support because it was like, oh, they're in Enchanter lane, we're in Enchanter lane. We both have hyperscaling AEs. They're both super toxic. They're both not great. You know, back then, we didn't roam much. So I would just chat with the, like as a Nami, I can't out-heal a Soraka, you know. I can't poke a Soraka too well. But also, I don't have any kill pressure with a Vayne. And they've got a Soraka, which is very passive, and they had a Kog'Maw, you know? And the Kog'Maw wasn't poking it or anything, you know? The Vayne was just farming and didn't want to be aggressive. So I ended up just talking and chatting with the Soraka and as Nami. And we became friends. And it was cool, you know? And I would do that a lot. But nowadays, I can't really do that much because nowadays it's expected to roam as support, if that makes sense, you know? But I do bond over the weirdest things with people. Like, you know, oh, I like the way you spam your emotes. That's pretty funny. Let me join in on that. Or nice username, etc., etc. Is that a reference to this and this, you know? And it's like, no, it's not actually. What is that? And then we talk about anime, for instance, or video games, etc. And it's very funny. And I do add some people more nowadays, you know, which is pretty cool. Like just have some fun times together and all of that. But it feels like people have gotten like super, and they get like, if I type good luck, have fun in all chat, a lot of people get very upset about it, you know, like a lot of people start the game tilted, which I find upsetting. And it's like, I haven't had too many supports that I would add as a friend, you know, after the game, because a lot of them are very toxic, I've noticed. But I also do some things that are kind of toxic, like, for instance, you know, when my ADC sucks ass, or when my ADC gets toxic, I just roam non-stop. I just help mid lane, I help top lane, I help with grubs and objectives and stuff. You're just an Aram enjoyer nowadays. I like Aram. if you do get to play League. Yeah, I not gonna lie, I can't remember the last time I played League, but I do enjoy me some League from time to time. I had the other day a game of League as Nami. Hold on, let me start up League for a moment, you know. I can look as a Leona. And it was very fun. You know, like I actually enjoyed myself quite a fair bit with that game. It appears that Discord is doing weird things, you know, it's like not showing. Oh, no, now it's fixed. All is good. Life is good. But yeah, Hades and Guild Wars are your go-to games now. Nice. Guild Wars is good. Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1? Oh, there's a League update. I don't want to update it. Let's close League, I guess. Although I could go to OPGG. Does OPGG still exist? Was it EOS/Magi was taken? I think so. Yeah, Guild Wars 2. I used to play a lot. Magi was taken. I'm in Bronze 2 nowadays. Like last time I played was 3 days ago, and before that 6 days ago. And I had a terrible game as jungle, because I got auto-filled into jungle, so I played Fiddlesticks, but I honestly had a terrible time. We had a 2-10, I got like all objectives, which was good, you know? But we had a 2-10 Yone. Our bot lane was 1-11 at one point. The Caitlyn at some point was 5-5-1, you know? But like the opponents, like the Jhin on the enemy team was 6-0-11. The Lissandra was 8-3. The Volibear was 11-1. The even the Nautilus was 3-14, you know? It was like a team diff kind of game, you know? So it was 1-7 by the end of it. But afterwards, I played, like 3 days ago, I played a game of Leona, which was pretty funny, because we had a Tristana, and I was like, hell yeah. And they were playing with a Janna and Zarya, and Zarya is a terrible ADC at the moment, you know, it's really bad. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, it do be. It exists, yeah, but so many ads. Oh boy. Ads in Guild Wars 2? Gee. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Hades 2 lately, which has been fun. And yeah. Honestly, like as Leona, I had a blast just going with the fast boots, you know, the fast boots. So I would roam up to top lane and help our Ambessa out because they were up against a Fiora that didn't have flash. The enemy team had like a very, very fat Vi that was 11-9, but like we would fix them, etc. Like we would fix that. You know, we had like a fat Silas and Tristana. Because I was like super aggressive, and I would just tell her to be like to play safe. And even when she died against the Zarya, I was like, "Don't worry about it. Zarya sucks. It's fine." I had some ranked games as male support, which were pretty great. I had one that was very bad, but my male win rate is kind of, I think it's like 90-something%. 75%, yeah. It's like 8 games. I lost 1 out of 8 games, I believe, as male, or 1 or 2. No, it's just 1. And I played shit a lot of Earth, but I would lose most of the Earth games. Yeah, I lost 2 games, I believe, of male. But yeah. No, in OPGG. Oh, OPGG exists but has ads. Yeah, I don't notice any because I've got adblock. But yeah, for what it's worth, I like playing ranked. But I notice a lot of the times, you know, oh, when my ADC is bad, I roam mid lane and top lane. And when my top lane and mid lane are doing bad, you know, we lose. That's it. Move to Brave for YouTube. Ah, I see. Yeah, I honestly watch all YouTube stuff on my phone, but I use uBlock Origin on Firefox. It helps a lot. Like it just gets rid of most of them. And yeah, League of Legends is my guilty pleasure. Not gonna lie. And I like it. But sadly, it's a bit rough. You move to Brave for YouTube as videos are insane. A 30-second video has longer ads. Yeah, I've noticed, to be fair, I watch like 40-minute or 1 hour or 2 hour videos sometimes, you know. And that's like most of the content I consume. But for what it's worth, you know, like all the ads I see are like, oh, 30 seconds at most, you know? Or like, oh, 15 seconds and you can skip after 5 or something like that, you know? I've had one time where there was a literal movie by Paramount. There was a Paramount ad that was playing and it literally played the whole movie. I was like, I'm just watching this movie. Nowadays, YouTube has an ad for every single video. Yeah. If you were to listen to music, it becomes annoying. Yeah, for music, I mostly use Bandcamp and Spotify, as well as Steam's. Like, I've owned quite a few soundtracks on Steam, for instance. Own as in, like, you know, I have a license to it, I guess. But yeah, I mostly use Spotify. I know it sucks, but, you know, it's also, like, the best service I can use at the moment. And I am on the student's plan, so it's a bit cheaper. That said, shall we raid out? Okay, so we could go see someone playing Hades 2. But I honestly want to raid Raz again. Raz is playing together with Choose Red Mage. And I like Choose Red Mage. And Choose Red Mage is using my PNG tuber model that I made for him a while ago. So, and they're playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, which is a good game. Which is a good game that I didn't play. But I've seen people play it with, you know. And it's pretty nice. And they're playing together and it's kind of cute. And yeah. Raz is a primarily retro streamer. He's been playing a lot of Stardew as well lately. Spelunky 2, doing some art streams, doing some Castlevania and Metroid and whatnot. But it's now playing together with Red Mage, and Red Mage is cool. As a basically black mage, you know, I feel like it's good to support red mages and Raz, obviously. Raz is the one that we're raiding after all. So we'll say hello over there. We'll spread some love and everything. Thanks a lot to everyone who's been lurking, hanging out, and chatting today. Thanks a lot as well to Abyssal, who raided us 2 hours ago. And that's much appreciated. We'll be live again on Friday at 1 p.m. Thank you for stream magic. Thanks a lot for hanging out, Ardent. I'll see you around. We'll be live again on Friday. And Friday we'll be mostly checking out indie games, which is going to be a lot of fun. I've got a few cool indie games that I want to showcase, including a game that is called Wizard Chess, which is like a roguelike chess game. But also there's some another game called Nordhold, for instance, which is a roguelike resource management city builder kind of tower defense game. I don't know, it sounds weird and wacky and I love it. And it's going to be very fun. And then on Saturday, we'll be playing Mudbourne, right? Mudbourne is also a game that we're playing soon. And furthermore, on Saturday, we'll be playing Trash Goblin, which is a very chill game where we clean up trash and combine it with other trash and then sell it. It's gonna be fun. And it's gotten a bunch of updates, and I wanted to like showcase the updates that it's gotten. You know. Hold up, I'm just doing the excited emote. We're about to rate Raz. Go check out Raz. Raz is cool. We'll also, you can comment message above or below. You can use any other emotes if you want to as well. And they're very cool. They're playing, they're going back